Good evening, everybody. Back with more Policenauts. I can't stay away. I'm hooked. I love it already. And we just got to disc 2 earlier today. So let's kick off disc 2. This was idling in the background as I was getting set up. Do we have a different trailer here? I'm kind of curious. Let's hang out here for a second and find out. So I thought I was getting some different scenes, but I was only like paying it minimal attention. We're collecting all of the Kojima cutscenes. Gotta get them all. Gotta catch them all. Oh, but Sodenbody, thank you so much for being first. Welcome. How are you? I'm A-okay, but I hope you are after that scare. Got me pretty good. I was just about to go live, and then that came in. So well done. One man. Having once wandered space for 25 years, must now return to it. In 2040 AD. Beyond. Maybe it is the same. Ingram? Ingram? Oh, Keith. I guess this is the identical trailer. Maybe I had more context for it, you know, after playing a couple hours. Like, oh, hey, that character. But, I think it's the same. Never mind. But hey, it's pretty badass, so happy to just watch it again. What happens on Beyond stays on Beyond. Or was a warning to us all. That too. Policenauts. Alright. Well, let's get into it. Act 1. Summary screen? Yeah, let's get a recap of what we did a couple hours ago. For anyone new to Policenauts this evening. Just coming in. Act 1, Beyond. Lorraine is murdered by an unknown assailant after requesting Jonathan's help. The perpetrator is a mysterious individual with milk blood. Jonathan returns to Beyond, taking the 4 capsules and the leaf he got from Lorraine with him. He first sets out to get Ed's help. Ed should be at BCP. Alright. Let's go see Ed. Act 1, Beyond. That was all just the prologue. That was a very exciting prologue. I love the usage of light gun in this. I feel like I would love Snatcher even more if I had played that properly with light gun support. And the shooting segments are kind of tough in Snatcher with the D-pad.
ここは本当のあの世、ビヨンドかもしれん。地球でのネゴシエーター特権もここでは通用しまい。一人で北条の行方を探すのは困難かもしれない。エド・ブラウンに協力を仰ぐのが賢明だろう。奴なら快く引き受けてくれるはずだ。エドはビヨンド警察 BCP にいる。奴も50代半ばのはず。ポリスノーツ時代からだから、きっと BCP でも結成してるに違う。
Oh wow! Welcome, Raiders. Sick White Tiger, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We just started. We're playing Policenauts.
BCP はこの宇宙港の近くにあるはず。まずはエドを探しに。
Soda40, thank you so much for doing the raid. I mean, the shout out for the raid. I see that beat mag in the background. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, you're in the right place for any Jet Set fans. You are in the right location. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. What were you streaming? What retro were you streaming? Welcome in, everybody. We usually stream retro around these parts too. Not exclusively, but a lot of the time. Try and play on original hardware as much as possible too, which we're doing this evening. You'll see my CRT right below. But we're playing Policenauts for the first time. I have the English fan patch going so we can play it in English. I got the light gun so we can make the most of the shooting segments, and we're having a great time. Just started it today. Love me some Jet Set Radio? Hell yeah. Tonight was Powerpuff Girls, him and Seek. How is that? What console is that on? Alright, so we just got to Beyond. We just went back into space. We conquered our cosmophobia for the sake of our now deceased ex-wife who has set us off on a quest to figure out what happened to her missing new husband. We were frozen for 25 years, so yeah, we're just putting the pieces together, picking up the pieces of our life that we left behind. You're in for a treat then? It was good, but the retro achievements are brutal, yeah. Game Boy Advance, I was about to ask, like, is it Game Boy Advance or Game Boy something, depending on the year? Okay. Some of those, like, tie-in Game Boy games can be pretty brutal. It's a board displaying information about spaceplane departures and arrivals. But you've heard of this game and never played it? Do you like Kojima games? I can't get over how many flights there are. The information's updated constantly. That person looks like they're waiting for a flight. Space travel is a heck of a lot easier now compared to before. In our day, we had to undergo a 150-point medical exam in order to get off the ground. It's a nice little game if you don't touch the RA, but I'm a fool. Yeah. So, did you finish what you're doing with it, or are you gonna continue next stream? It's a spaceplane pilot. Active amphibians can adapt to a 1G environment almost right away. There's passengers everywhere. Space is within everybody's reach now. That person looks like an employee, judging from the uniform. It's a jumbo TV screen. It's showing news from BBC. This is one of Spaceport's information areas. There's a woman sitting behind the desk. It looks like she's talking to that passenger. That escalator goes up to the second floor. It's a low-gravity escalator. I'll never get anything done hanging around here. I should get over to BCP and see Ed. How do we get there? Looks like that person's here to meet someone getting off a flight. I haven't really played much Kojima, but I'm interested in playing Metal Gear. Oh, you definitely should. Well, I was doing a Cartoon Network week. That's right. Yeah, you were talking about that before, and it's just finished now. So I'm gonna do something else tomorrow. Oh, nice. What's up next? And I'm curious. Any favorite Cartoon Network games? I grew up watching a lot of Cartoon Network that era, like Powerpuff Girls and Dexter's Lab and Cow and Chicken. Any games worth checking out in there in the mix? I don't think I've played any Cartoon Network games. Finished the game, but not mastered the RAX. Okay, nice. Yes, the Ed, Edd and Eddie game was great. Really? Oh, okay, that's awesome. I will have to. What is that on? That was probably my favorite of that group of shows. Ed, Edd and Eddie was really funny. The space plane gates are up ahead there. I think it was gate 28 I came out of. Okay, let's go to gate 28. There's no point going back to the space plane. Let's not go to gate 28. I gotta go see Ed. Where's the way to Ed? But this over here, maybe? No. It's the spaceport's arrival area. These sorts of places never really change. As much as I'd like to think otherwise, there's nobody here to meet me. I can't make out everyone from here, though. I would think, like, through here, but... These plants have been selectively bred to photosynthesize artificial light as well as natural light. They're perfect for replenishing the colony's oxygen supply. That's on PS2? Okay, nice. I kind of had my fingers crossed. Like, I hope it's on something. I don't dislike Game Boy games or anything, but the idea of a PS2 or like a home console at Ed, Edd and Eddie game is actually very exciting. I've never heard of that. The Johnny Bravo Datorama is a funny little minigame collection. Really? Okay. Hell yeah, I'm going to take a look at some of these. Thank you for the recommendations. The spaceport is near the center of the colony, so they've covered the floor with adhesive carpet to counteract the low gravity. Some people call it theater carpet. That's why I can walk fine in regular sneakers. I didn't come here for a vacation. I should hurry over to the BCP. Yes, we should. What are the obvious ways to get out of this arrival area? This is over here. That leads nowhere. We can't go to information? Excuse me, miss. I don't know how to get out of this place with seemingly multiple exits. We can't use the escalator? It hasn't forced me to be too precise thus far, right? He's a civilian pilot. The days when space was reserved for astronauts died while I was gone. Although sometimes it has like not let me progress unless I've clicked on everything that's of note and has like lore to impart. So that might be what's going on here. Wondering what those weird looking jawbreakers tasted like, why they never chewed up but ate them like lollipops, why they liked them so much. And also from K&D, what the fourth flavor of ice cream tasted like. That Ed and Eddie game isn't very long either. It's that perfect rental game. Oh, nice. Okay. Love the DC scroll for the channel points. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I am a big Dreamcast fan. You'll see it right here behind me. Right now, I'm kind of on a Sega Saturn kick because I just set this up with an optical drive emulator, so I've got access to a bunch of games very easily right now. We can just switch between them very easily, but still play them on original hardware. So yeah, I think we're going to go in deep on Sega Saturn for the rest of this year. Not exclusively, but there's a ton of Japanese people here, not surprisingly. First, they have the overseas travel boom, now a space travel boom. Any serious tourist hotspot anywhere these days is always full of people peddling stuff in Japanese. Soon Japanese might become an official language here at this rate. With the world's economy revolving around the yen like it does today, that could just be the inevitable. I didn't come here for a vacation. I should hurry over to the BCP. Oh, take me back. Games made during Japan's bubble period. I guess let's click on everything again just to make sure. Maybe that's what's preventing me Like having the ability to get out of here. There are people gathered over there to meet passengers. I'll never get anything done hanging around here. I should get over to the BCP and see Ed. Unless, do I have the option to, Oh, move? Oh my god. Jeez. That's new. Okay. Well, maybe we should go to the BCP. What do y'all think? Previously, I feel like every time I've moved, it's been to click on something in the environment, and it just, then it gives me the option to progress. Well, we definitely got the most out of that arrival area.
Hey!
Hey! Hey! Hey, look! Hey, listen. These are the police suits the BCP uses? They look like something you'd take to war. This one looks the same. It reads BCPD. It's a garden. Looks well maintained. Sick White Tiger, do you have any favorite Dreamcast games? These the police cars they're using nowadays? They don't look any different from ones on home. These are more my thing than those suits. It's a BCP squad car. That car must belong to someone here. There's only one sort of person who illegally parks in front of a place like this. Some things never changed. Space Channel 5? Oh, nice. Any other Dreamcast fans hanging out, feel free to let me know yours. It's Shenmue 2 for me, but I like a lot on that console. Other buildings right next to the station. As you'd expect for the headquarters of Beyond's Police, it's quite a building. Also, Resident Evil Code Veronica. Yeah, that's a good one. Is that your, that was on the PS2 as well? Yeah, in the PS2 version, it's Code Veronica X, right? They have, like, the extra scenes, and it might even be more than that. I'm trying to remember if there's actual extra, like, gameplay or anything. But I played it on the Dreamcast first as well. Crazy Taxi? That's a common answer. That's a great game. It wasn't a favorite of mine just because, I don't know, I enjoyed it. I think it's a great game, but usually that's like a game I would play for, I don't know, like 20, 30 minutes and then just be done with it for a while, you know? Always fun, but Shenmue really got its hooks in me. Big change from that tiny makeshift setup we had when we were Policenauts. This is BCP headquarters. Let's head on in. It looks like the entrance. Yeah, see, this is how we've been progressing previously. Alright, so I gotta remember to do that next time.
ここが BCP のロビーか。広いんだな。おい、あんた、何の用だい？被害届でも出すのかい？
You recently finished Illbleed, which was an experience? Yeah, okay. I was trying to remember where we crossed paths, but we were talking about it, and you mentioned it in someone else's stream. Where was it? Where did I run into you? I'm trying to think. Yeah, that's I loved Illbleed. We actually...
Are you ready?
There it is. Thank you, Sonbody. Sonbody made that for the channel. Isolated that for the soundboard. I still want to get the cool, but I haven't gotten a good cut of that yet. Yeah, Illbleed is a hell of an experience. Did you ever play Blue Stinger, which is the previous game by that developer? There's some like fun Easter eggs in Illbleed for like characters and things. You did? Oh hell yeah! How'd you feel about Blue Stinger? That was one of my first Dreamcast games when I was a kid. I have a big soft spot for Blue Stinger. Just the wacky music mostly. Yeah, Bad Religion, Offspring, you can't beat it. Driving's not my thing unless it's in Saints Row, something silly with co-op. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very iconic soundtrack. That and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, right? Honestly, those two games got me into like Dead Kennedys, Bad Religion. I knew the Offspring before that, but there are a couple of bands that I only know, or at least I knew at a younger age because of video games. It's a map of Beyond Coast. The place looks like some sort of control room. I got so mad at Blue Stinger. Holy. Sounds about right. I was enjoying it in the beginning, and then I hated it towards the end. Sounds about right. I still love it, but there are some sections that'll piss you off. I'm trying to remember now. As a kid, like, I want to say the freezer pissed me off. Oh. Oh. Yeah, we have multiple ill bleed sounds, actually. Right. Just need a good little segment of your old gameplay, or I can download that. Hopefully clean, as noise removal isn't perfect. Yeah, thank you for the offer. I meant to do it myself. I just, you know, it's kind of lower on the list of priorities. I keep forgetting to do it. I think I killed the final boss with my handgun, because that's all I have left. Oh, yeah, because, wow, that's rough. Because before that, you have to, like, defend, what's her name? When she's setting up the sniper rifle, and that can easily take a lot of your ammo if you're not prepared for it. The call girl, a staple of modern society. You not from around here? Want to get away from here, baby? Real good price, I promise. They bring you in, did they? Something like that. So what do you say, baby? Sorry, but I got business of my own to take care of here. What? You're one of them too? I don't believe this. I must be losing my touch. Let me guess, undercover, and doing a pretty bad job of it. Well, I mean, he's in the police station. He probably has his guard down at the moment. I'm looking for a guy who works here by the name of Ed Brown. You know him? I'm Detective Starsky, waiting for Detective Foley and Sergeant Riggs. Do you know anyone by that name? BCP cop. Looks like your typical police get-up. My favorite part of the two was the Hassie lady. Hell yeah. I love those vending machines in Blue Stinger. Those, I got a kick out of those. You go to the one and it's like, they have all these different ones. I want to say you're in one of the workplaces, like in the break room. And it's like Italian eatery, Chinese food or whatever. And you go to each vending machine, it's just like triangle sandwiches, Hassies, large or small, and like a hot dog. Like, oh, okay. Italian triangle sandwiches, hot dogs, and Hassies. Yes, just like they make in the homeland. I love the bad translations, all the billboards. Yeah, that game is, it's very, like, even though it's annoying and not the best game, like, the great, like, B-movie vibes and the goofiness, I do love. I really appreciate it. BCB cop, looks like the receptionist. Maybe I'll try asking this guy about Ed. Ed and Eddie? Are we looking for D, double D, or Eddie?
Oh. いいかな。俺はジョナサン・イングだ。地球で探偵をしてる。それでビヨンドまでわざわざどうしたんだい？昔ここに勤務してたことがある。へえ、本当かい？ぶち込まれてたってわけじゃないだろうな。警官をしてたんだ。当時の旧友に会いに来た。なるほど。同窓会でもしようってわけか。それで話してみな。
Did Blue Stinger have the weird salads full of random cardboard and other refuse? Oh, that's Illbleed. Yeah. The Illbleed salads. Just looks like ash and cigarette butts. Wish you your Merry Christmas. Yes. Dude, even just the jingle of the supermarket, which drives lesser gamers, like, they can't withstand it, you know? It takes a strong constitution to withstand the supermarket jingle for hours on end. How about the security on Beyond? So how's the crime situation here these days? I know you didn't come here to ask me that. Pfft, whatever. It's been 30 years. What do you expect? They try to tell you it's a safe place and everything, but in reality, Beyond's the same as any big city on home. See her there? See her there? Comes with the territory. And so it always happens when a bunch of people live together. And when the city turns dirty, us cops have to play dirty. Lorraine wasn't exaggerating. Oh boy, yeah, I was singing it by the end. Stockholm Syndrome, the soundtrack. You know, I do have a job to do here. No sympathy, huh? It's been over 20 years since this place got going. Times change. AP does all the real work nowadays. They're the ones that hit the street. Old cops like me get the desk work. AP? There was a clip you had, too, of the vending machine being totally mislabeled. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's actually one of the first games I streamed when I started streaming a couple years ago. I wanted to revisit it because it had been a very long time. Yeah, I did make a clip of that. AP stands for Advanced Police. It's the elite unit the chief created. They got the latest EMPS and Frozeners. Who's that there? Not the plainclothes guy, the other one. An old cop like me. The AP unit works out of the AP room. That's where they got all the advanced equipment. We get the BS work. EMPS. EMPS are police suits developed by Tokugawa Heavy Industries and BCP for use in and around the colony. EMPS stands for Extravehicular Mobility Police Suit. They're the things out front, right? Yeah, I saw them. Those are the Goddard model. Frozeners are the guys born from the fertilized eggs the government's got. Normally they get sent to the military, but the chief uses them in AP too. Yeah, they use that white artificial blood, right? Yeah, milk. They're full of milk. We shot one. I gotta get some sleep. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest. Thanks again. It was great talking Ill Bleed and Blue Stinger, too. I think I had the label of pasta or something. It just had hot dogs and hamburgers. Yeah, that's the one. Raiden. I'm here to see Ed Brown. You know, the former Policenaut. Ed? Ed Brown? That's who you're here to see? Jesus, you came all the way from home to see him? He's in the dump. The dump? Yeah, Vice. BCP's dumping ground. He's in charge there. You got something? Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. Got something against Ed or something? He's totally useless. I pray to God I don't end up like him. Everyone around here knows him. Hard to believe he used to work with the chief. Oh, yeah? The chief's an ex-policenaut, too. I got work to do, you know. You said Vice? If guys like us get the BS work, you can imagine the fun they have. AP handles just about everything they used to do. I don't know why they still call it Vice. It's down in the basement. We call it the cave. Why's that? It's dark, smelly, and weird stuff grows on the walls. That's what Ed does now? Can I show you some stuff? Hey, you want to look at my ex-wife? Can you tell me if you've ever seen this man anywhere? Yeah, I guess he is the focus, not my ex-wife, but... What does he have to do with anything? I thought you were here to see Ed. You see this? I don't care what your girlfriend looks like. Fair. What do you make of these capsules? What are those supposed to do? I don't recognize them. How about this leaf? You ever seen this kind of leaf before? That a press leaf? I'm not into plants. You know this picture, right? You were a Policenaut too? Damn, I had no idea. Oh, right. You and Ed. Makes sense now. So, you had anti-aging ops or something? Like I told you, AP does all the work here. The Policenauts are a joke now. A joke?
助かったよ。その言葉は空気課に行ってからにした方がいいぜ。どうして？聞かなかった方が良かったのかな。立ちの落ちぶれた姿は見たくないもんだ。
We can go to Vice. Cool.
地下だな、空気課は。あんた、エドに伝えてくれ。早くやめちまいなって。いつまでもただ飯食らってると惨めだってな。
That's a pretty mean thing to say.
それは便利屋じゃない。言いたければ自分の口で言うんだな。
That's right. You tell him, Jonathan. You tell this asshole. What's up? How are you gonna get me to deliver an insult for you down to my friend?
ここが噂に名高い風紀課か。なるほど。優遇されてる部署とは思えんな。
He's eating a hamburger. I remember me and Ed used to hit the fast food joints all the time. You hungry or something? Forget it. Don't even ask. They don't look like the APs the guy in the lobby was talking about. Their complexions are normal. He's a scrawny little kid. Doesn't seem like the place for him. How am I supposed to eat with you staring at me? I'm gonna stare at your burger now. Maybe I can't. Leave me alone. I want to enjoy this burger. You got a minute? Is this Vice? What do you want? This is the basement. Toilet's upstairs. She's quite a tall woman. Must be at least 6 feet. Yeah, they can't be APs. Maybe I'll try you instead. Is this the Vice unit, right? What's it to you? Put a sock in it, tough guy. Take a walk back up the stairs while you're at it. This is Vice, BCP's dump. Interesting outlook. Go on, get out of here already. She's a pretty strong home... Well, she's got a pretty strong home accent. What are you holding? She's the biggest woman I've seen since I got here. Look, what do you want? You want to test me, huh? Is that a Monster Garage kit? Yeah, it's from the 30-centimeter King of the Monsters vinyl series. It was designed by Noboru Sakai III. I made this from a zero-G kit. By casting the parts in zero gravity, you prevent seams and air bubbles from forming. Oh. They even sell made-in-space garage kits now, huh? You don't have to be nice to this guy, Dave. Is this guy's name Dave? What? It's Naruto? Is that who this is? I didn't recognize that name. You know that name? Are we gonna touch it? Stop that! I told you not to touch it! It's very delicate! Hey, Saucy, how you doing? Welcome. We're back to playing more Policenauts. A book stand? That's a lot of paper media. I never expected to find people still using paper trays on Beyond. They got paper trays and book stands here. I'm shocked they use all this paper. I think I see why they call this the dump. Just like Ed to be in charge of a department still using paper. A voice-only phone? This place is even more backwards than my office. I suppose that cop was right, in a way. I'm guessing that's a filing cabinet. Seems a lot of paper still gets used down here. That machine looks really old. I wonder what it's for. Doesn't look like it's being used for anything. Just a big hunk of junk. A 2D Wanted poster? I had no idea they were still using these. This feels as behind the times as a paper newspaper. I'm surprised they let them use it. Seems like a bad idea, what with all the advances in 3D imaging. It looks like a note someone's written. It doesn't seem like this place is moving towards a paperless system anytime soon. It looks like a heavy door. It started to rust where the paint's come off. That must be the boss's area, seeing as it's a complete mess. It's pretty dark in here. This place could pass for the hideout of some government resistance group. I can't believe they've only got one light for the whole room. Guess what they say about Vice is true. What with the place looking like this? Alright, I guess it's time to get reacquainted with Ed. Is that Ed? I can't make out the face. Yeah, that's Ed, alright. Ed, you bum! It's barely even lunch! Hey, Ed! He's out cold. Unbelievable. Chief's busy. Don't disturb him. First you ruined my lunch, now you're gonna ruin his nap? Oh, wait. You meant the character design? Yeah, I see it, though. Wow, alright. I thought you meant, like, I was reading about his model there, and I thought you recognized, like, because he name-dropped somebody. It's like, oh, is that someone that, like, either did character designs or worked on Naruto or something? But, wow, okay. Yeah. Very similar, especially with the goggles and the hair. Good eye. Good catch. That's fun. Wakey, wakey. Yo, Ed, get up, damn it. Naruto brained. Are you a big fan? I've really only seen like clips in passing, I think. I've never watched it.
30年も先回りしやがって。
ジョナサン・イングラムか。懐かしや。
エドも元気そうだな。
ジョナさん、よく来てくれた。ゆっくりしてってくれ。この通り俺の方は暇を持てましてる。そうだ、ビヨンドでも案内しようか。
エド、違うんだ。実は頼みがあってきたんだ。
頼み？
ああ、助けが欲しい。俺の捜査に協力してくれ。ロレインの夫、徳川製薬の北条健三という男がこのビヨンドで行方不明になっている。俺はロレインの依頼でその北条の消息を追ってるんだ。エド？
ジョナさん、すまんが、そういうことなら力にはなれ。
エド？ロレインが殺されたんだ。俺の目の前で。何か大きな事件に巻き込まれたに違いないんだ。
すまん、ジョナさん。
どうしちまったんだよ、エド。いつからそんなふぬけになった？
頭を冷やせ、ジョナさん。この一件は我々の担当ではない。ホームの警察に任せるのが一番だ。
エド？
ジョナさん、BCP で俺たちのことを何て呼ばれてるか知ってるか？ジャンク屋だ。ここはクズしか集まってこう。後がないんだ。
昔のエドはどこへ行ったんだ？俺の知ってるあのエドは。
ジョナさん、お前の知ってるエドは30歳も若いエドだ。今の俺は違う。守るべき家族のローンもある。年を取れば勇気もなくなる。失敗も恐れる。権力にも屈するようになるんだ。俺はゲイツのように器用ではない。
エド？
俺はここでこの汚い地下で机にしがみついているのが精一杯だ。今のこのチーム、ゲイツの情けだ。
分かった。それ以上言うな。
デカ長がやらないんなら私が手伝うわ。
メリルがやるって言うんなら僕もその話。
Meryl?
お前たちバカなこと言うな。こんなことが上にバレたら終わりだぞ。
終わりってデカ長。
It is Meryl.
その終わりなんじゃないの？
All right. Wow.
俺は30年の間にいろんなものを失っちまった。ロレイン。
Snake got teamed up with Naruto for this investigation. And we have Danny Glover and what's his name? It's Lethal Weapon. Why can't I'm blanking on Mel Gibson, right? It's not even being shy about it. Similarly to what he did in Snatcher, where it was just like, oh, that's Rutger Hauer from Blade Runner. He's not even trying to obscure it.
ジョナさん、表だったら協力できんからな。
エド？
それから無茶はごめんだぞ、無茶は。
分かってるさ、エド。心配するな。
お前の心配するのが一番心配なんだ。それからメリルにデイブ、お前ら。
But I want to say this predates Naruto, right? I don't know how when Naruto started though.
了解デカ長。手は出さないわ。
口は出すけどね。
あ、ジョナさん、遅れたがこいつらを紹介しておく。メリルにデイブだ。メリルはホーム生まれのホーム育ち。元ハイテク特殊部隊フォックスハウンド。
She's even wait, what?
あのザンジバーランド陥落に参加した。
She's got the, it really like it really is Meryl.
よろしくポリスのさん。さっきはひどいこと言って悪かったわね。
デイブはビヨンド生まれ、ビヨンド育ちのビヨンズ。
She's got Metal Gear
ジョ
lore.
ナさん、エレストリアルは大歓迎だよ。ホームはいいものな。僕もホームの移住願いを申請中なんだ。
よろしく。メリルにデイブ。
さて、ジョナさん、どうしよう。とりあえず BCP 内を案内しようか。お前もポリスノーツだったんだ。興味はあるだろ。
Kill me out of you. I just like the meme on it, but I was super into it in middle school. Yeah. A manga in 1999, anime in 2002, so by 5 years. Okay, because I was thinking, like, I remember it coming out after I had been into anime already for a while, so I thought it was a later show, but, you know, sometimes the anime adaptation comes much later, or it just doesn't come to the US for a while. So, okay, he did not plagiarize Naruto. Naruto plagiarized Kojima, but he did plagiarize himself with this one. Or somewhere else in the multiverse with a different Meryl. And then just straight up, like, not even trying to disguise the Lethal Weapon influence. Jesus Christ, Jonathan. You got a cute face. I bet you have a flirty side to you. I can't wait. Please respond with violence. You should ask the chief about the last guy who hit on me. There it is. Don't let Jonathan get away with this shit. That's quite a knife. It's a Nishio combat knife. It's for protection. I've carried one ever since I was in the military. No one would ever go after you. Jonathan is so annoying. Really, the only question that remains is he going to end up being more annoying or less annoying than Gillian Seed from Snatcher? Is that a real tattoo? No, just a paint tattoo. It stays on for about half a year. I am still a woman, after all. This is Foxhound's insignia. Most people here don't recognize it. Honestly, I don't recognize it. I see what it is, but it's not the Foxhound that I'm accustomed to, right? Oh, wait, no, yeah. I see it now. I just kind of needed to... Yeah, it's actually perfect, I guess. I just couldn't, like... It kind of looks like it's a little, like, Pez dispenser fox head sticking out of a martini glass without the stem. Is what I couldn't, like, not see that. But now that I'm looking at the actual insignia, like, oh yeah, it's all there. It's just kind of the way it's colored. It looks like some weird anchor on stream. Yeah, okay. Not see that? What? Now I can see how Alpha Protocol came about? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, John Protocol is in a long line of... bad behaviors. Is that a maximum hamburger? They became famous after they set up that so-called drive-thru for astronauts. I used to eat a lot of them on home. This is the Beyond version of the 1G meal. I can't get enough of these. On Beyond, there are 2 types of meals. The other one is the 0G meal. I like the 1G meal. Dave wants to try a carbonated drink on home. Things like carbonated drinks and beer don't taste very good in zero gravity, so they're impossible to come by here. Then even when you try and get them shipped from home, they spoil along the way. What's with that shirt you're wearing? It's from the repatriist movement. I'm a repatriist myself. Mankind should return to home. We don't belong out here. Jesus, Dave, not so loud. You could kiss your job goodbye if the brass found out you're a repatriist. A repatriist? Repatriatist. I've been saying that wrong. Repatriatist. Yeah, a repatriatist. Outer space is becoming more and more polluted every year. The movement says we should cease all space exploration and development and return to home. Well, don't talk about it, be about it, buddy. Your nose looks a little red. Yeah, it's just the way it is. I guess I do rub it a lot. Interesting. Hey, that's what makes you you. Thank you, Jonathan, for being supportive. Can we not talk about my nose? It bothers me. What kind of sensors do these goggles have? None. These are the type of goggles biplane pilots wore back in the 20th century. One of my dreams is to fly a hang glider on home, to have nothing between me and the wind. Now that I think about it, there aren't any aircraft in here, are there? Nope. No gliders, planes, choppers, nothing. You look like you should be in high school or something. I'd never guess you were a cop. I'm 25. Think about it. I've been alive for a quarter of a century. Is that a bulletproof vest? This is a light preserver. I just like the way it looks. It's a look. Plus, most of the people here, I don't know how to swim. Wait, I started that wrong. Plus, like most of the people here, I don't know how to swim. So I guess you could say that's the other reason I wear it. You don't need to wear a vest on Beyond. They send EMPS to all the trouble spots. There's no such thing as safe to a cop. You can never be too careful. Relax, Jonathan. So we got a life preserver and a pair of goggles. What's the point? How would you ever use them here? Oh, I most certainly do. Yeah? How? They make me feel good. Can't argue with that. It's a repatriatist shirt. Pretty nice, huh? Dave? Yeah? Tell me more about yourself. Why'd you become a cop? Well, as you know, I was born here on Beyond. I've never been outside the cylinder. I became a cop because I thought I could get a transfer to home. It takes time for Beyonds to obtain an immigration visa. Sometimes years. It's not easy either, with all the checks they do. You're lucky, Jonathan. Alright, so that's why. Oh yeah? How? They make me feel good. I'm a pretty ordinary guy. My interests aren't that different from most anybody else's. I don't really have anything else to say. I'm not good at talking about myself. You wouldn't do well on home then. Why's that? You need to be outgoing if you're living on home. It's not like here where people develop a bond because you're all living on the colony together. People there, they try to make themselves stand out, you know what I mean? See, I don't get that. What's wrong with living a quiet life on your own? You can. I've done it. But it's a lonely path. We're not designed to be solitary creatures. You think so? I wouldn't want anyone getting in my way. Tell me about your hobbies. What are your hobbies? You saw my model, right? I guess my favorite thing to do is building kits with a box of maximum burgers. The PVC you get here is made in zero gravity, so you don't get any air bubbles or warping or bumps. Everything comes out real nice. They're better built and cheaper than the models you find on home. Anything else? You like those kind of figures, huh? What about scale models? I'm not interested in scale models. I'm into sci-fi monsters, like the ones you see in the old tokusatsu flicks. Okay. What do we think? Is he more or less cool than Otacon? Might be too early to tell. And to make it fair, Metal Gear Solid 1 Otacon. Nothing that happens post-Solid. When I was a kid, Beyond was a safe place. That's why I decided to become a cop. I figured it wouldn't be a dangerous job. I had no idea. Sorry to hear that. Then all the dirtbags started showing up. Our job is to put away as many of those dirtbags as we can. I figured Lorraine was right. Ever since AP started up, we don't do any of the dangerous work like drug busts that normal vice units do. It's more or less basic collars for us. You want to look at my drugs? Capsules? Are those some kind of drugs? You want to look at my leaf? I've never seen a leaf like that before. Is it from home? How about having Victor at Forensics do an analysis? It's a good idea. I think the Policenauts are still cool. I don't care what anyone else says. Hey, she's that anchor on News Order, right? I've actually seen the show before, but I can't quite remember her face. Alright, I think we're done with Dave here. Let's talk to Meryl. Meryl? Yeah? What is it? You can put that knife away. I won't fight you. Sorry, what? What did you say you like me? am not gonna even try. Thank you, Jonathan. Please don't try. Please don't try anymore. We've had enough. Tell me about yourself. Why don't you tell me about yourself? That's a surprise. No one's ever said that to me before. Not in person, anyway. I'm mainly into bikes and combat. I like men, but not in that way. Of course, ever since I came here, half of me's died. You can't ride bikes on the colony. Well, you can, but only electric ones. They don't let you import gas engine models. A bike's nothing without the speed. You wouldn't be much without the military either, huh? You really want to know about me? You'll find out soon enough. So you were in the military on home? Why'd you join? Everyone in my family was in the military. I guess that's why. I think they kind of hoped I would. Why'd you move to Beyond? I was in the Special Forces on home, but the way the world's regions were stabilizing and whatnot, then we weren't needed as much. There was no excitement in that. I was dying to see some real action. Then the government started using more and more frozeners. They ended up getting all the work. That's when I thought I'd try things here. I passed all the checks no problem, but Beyond's the same story. All those bug-eyed albino freaks. Just my luck, huh? What's it like working here? Advice? Pretty boring. Catching Johns and prostitutes with undercover stings, basic patrols of the colony, that kind of stuff. What do you mean boring? There's this kind of big area for prostitution in the center of the colony called Kabuki Quarter. Tourists from home like to go there for the zero-gravity sex. We arrest them, they get out on bail, it's an endless cycle. I don't like it there because I get SAS since I'm a terrestrial. Why is it called Kabuki Quarter? There was this red light district in late 20th century Japan known as Kabukicho. There was an explosion in the number of cases of STBO in Japan back then. Kabukicho was hit particularly hard. So our friends packed up and moved things here. There are rumors Tokugawa helped fund the place as a gesture toward his employees. I could never work undercover because of my build, so I'm always the one making the bust. And don't even say it. I get it from the guys upstairs all the time. You want to look at my leaf? I'm not interested in plants, except for ones used for survival purposes. Like Dave said, why don't you have Victor do an analysis? You want to look at my drugs? Oh, that's an unusual earring. I made it from a bullet I got shot with. She's fucking cool. It missed my heart by a fraction of an inch. I keep it for good luck. Don't call me cute again. I hate jokes. So what should I say? Literally anything else, Jonathan. How about, oh Meryl, you're simply radiant. Radiant? What? Look at my drugs. You have a cold or something? Look at my Policenauts photo. You look so young here, Chief. Look at my ex-wife. What's with this? Who's that next to you? Oh, it's an old memento. We all have our past. You especially. It's like Dave was saying. She looks just like that anchor. I hate that mentality so much. Which one? He's asking as if it's the right thing to do to call someone cute or whatever, right off the bat. Oh, he's awful. I don't know if you saw it all earlier on the first stream, but he was being just like an outright creep on the flight into space with the flight attendant. Again, Kojima protagonist. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Oh yeah, I've seen some stuff. Let's move over to Ed.
ジョナさん、それじゃあ BCP 内を案内しようか。
いいのか？
いいんだよ。お前を一人にする方が心配だ。びっくりするぞ。ここはホームの警察とはかなり違う。さあ、どこへ案内しよう。
Shooting range? I'm tempted. Get a little action. Hey, B-Fork, what's going on? Not the PC 98 version? Is that the preferred version? I don't I don't even... I've actually never looked into playing the PC-98. I know almost nothing about it. I like it more. Your mileage will heavily vary. What do you prefer about it?
わしはビクトルじゃ。いつになったらちゃんと呼んでくれるんじゃ。
諦めた方がいい。エドは物覚えが悪いんだ。
お、誰じゃねその人は。ジョナサン、紹介するよ。BCP の鑑識を担当しているビクトル・ユルゲンス先生だ。
よろしく。ジョナサン・イングなんだ。OLA で探偵をしている。
ほう、あんたがあの有名なイングラム飛行士？え？若い頃、あんたの火星有人飛行の中継をワクワクして見ていたよ。そうか。戻ってきたんじゃな、あんたのホームに。よろしくな。
It has amazing pixel art. The console versions look more like cell anime. Oh, really? Is it kind of similar to like the early versions of Snatcher versus the Saturn version of Snatcher? I think I would prefer that then. The one thing this one has going for it, I mean, I don't know, but I feel, is this the only version with the light gun? I do get to use this, which is very fun for the shooting segments. So it's got that going for it, but I don't know if that's present in other versions. He'll make it work, which isn't an inherent negative, but I like the PC-98 art more. We're all about playing different versions of stuff here. I would love to check that out. I've never looked into how to play PC-98 games, other than getting one. Which I wonder what they go for. 'Cause there's got to be some cool stuff locked on there, right? Yeah, exactly, but the PC-98 doesn't have a fan translation or let you grab a light gun for the shooting sequences. Yeah, that's really, this is my first playthrough. I own a copy of this, like on physical media, and I tried playing it, and I didn't get very far because it's just too difficult. I don't have the language ability for the story, but once I played it through in English, that kind of opens up. Same thing with Snatcher. I want to go back through Snatcher, play it on like the PC Engine, maybe stream that one of these days. Now that I know how the whole story shakes out, you know, I won't get so stuck. Because these Kojima stories, they get a little convoluted. They're kind of sometimes a little hard to follow in English, really. But I'm loving this. I'm having such a good time. But I'm gonna at least like take a look at the, yeah, thank you. Yeah, ads in a minute. Take a look at the pixel art, because I want to see that. What is your favorite version of Snatcher? What's this? This is my aid analyzer. What you see on the monitor is a visual representation of the aid's AI. I named him Gorby. He responds to my voice. Gorby's mood is translated on the screen. Who's he based on? You? Nope. The last president of the Soviet Union. No, I get it. Hey, Gorby. I wouldn't bother. He's an AI up to a point. He can tell you what's in the dirt on your shoes, but he can't talk. Just blips and bleeps. Those are his visual sensors. His eyes, so to speak. I say eyes, but they're just for moving around. He doesn't use them in analyses. It's Victor's forensic robot, the aid. Snatcher Sega CD, actually. Apart from being in English, it has the full third act, doesn't have the censorship of the later Saturn PS1 versions, and has more interactivity in that third act than the PCE CD version. Really? Okay, interesting. I haven't gone through any other versions in full. I've only dabbled in the PC Engine and Saturn versions. I definitely liked the Saturn. It's kind of what you were saying here about Policenauts, like when I was playing the Saturn version, which I've got here as well. Oh yeah, I don't like this as much. I want the the early versions pixel art, and the music is so much better in the previous versions. I did like some of the nudity is censored in Sega CD, right? But I guess the Saturn PS1 version censored even more heavily. That, my friends, is a clipping of a thesis. To be specific, the thesis. It was in this famous academic journal on home. I decided to major in pathology after I read it. That paper changed my life forever. This is some amazing equipment you've got. Amazing? Think so? Well, amazing in the sense that they're all ancient analog devices. I've had these a long time. I still use them in my research. To be honest, I use my aid for most of my work. So they're more of a collection? You could say that. I have a lot of memories of these. A lot of the gore is censored in the Saturn PS1 Snatcher? Oh, okay. Switching to black and white, sometimes even just cutting an image off. Oh, okay. So was it like jump to Mega Drive, or I mean Sega CD, was like they got the nudity out, and then further versions like they just took more of the gore out? Is the are the earlier versions gorier than the Sega CD one? Ads are rolling. I'm gonna just step away for a minute, give my voice a break for just a moment. I'll be right back in like a minute and some change. See y'all then. Alright, thanks everybody for hanging around. They are, but the computer versions don't have the third act, so it's a trade-off. There's no perfect version of Snatcher. That's what I remember hearing. I guess, like, for English speakers who are playing for the first time, it's a pretty easy choice, but for those with Japanese ability, yeah, I guess it really is. You gotta just weigh pros and cons. I'd like to take a look at all of them. It's cool. It's very rare you get a chance to see so many different versions of the same game, like from the same creator, like have them iterate over the years. The 17-minute ending theme song of the PC-88 MSX Snatcher is bonkers, though. Really? I gotta check that out. Okay. I bought most of them myself. If you don't know your equipment inside out, you'll end up missing something important eventually. Those pieces of paper have chemical formulas for transferences on them. I discovered them myself, not that long ago either. You're still using paper? Writing out ring structures is complicated stuff. It takes longer trying to do them on computer. I don't like to waste any of my time. Those kids in AP think they're a bunch of junk, but digital equipment isn't perfect. Don't disagree with him. Paper doesn't run out of batteries. That's a very good point. Honestly, I'm still often I have like a notebook here. Like at all times. Like whenever I'm playing a game and make notes, like I think better, I write faster. I can collect my thoughts more easily with just a pen and paper than any other way. Oh, maybe I didn't read this. I was thinking I'd already read this one, but no. The keyboard comes out when you open this cover. Can I do it? Is that your ID? Yeah. I don't like my hologram, so I've got this sticker over it. Causes problems with the readers whenever I have to scan it. It's Victor's ID card. There's a sticker on top of his photo. My picture's terrible. I had to cover it up. He looks like one stubborn SOB. He's a terrestrial, all right. A face is like the rings of a tree. What else can you tell from this mug? I haven't seen many people with glasses here. I like glasses. They have a certain je ne sais quoi. When I was younger, I would change mine whenever something big happened in my life. Got something on your mind? Let's talk. Victor, I'm listening. Tell me about yourself. So when did you move to Beyond? I was born in Moscow, back when socialists ran the country. That picture back there was taken around the time I was born. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, I went to America to study forensic medicine and later became a medical examiner. I've done autopsies on over 30,000 bodies throughout my career. In my 40s, I became interested in studying bodies in space and came here. You should see the bodies you get in zero gravity. The decomposition stages are freaky stuff. Freaky. Why'd you become a forensic pathologist? Doctors deal with the living. There's always the possibility they'll screw up and kill the guy. You can't kill someone if they're already dead, can you? Forensic medicine is less stressful than regular medicine, wouldn't you say? My area of expertise is medical examinations, but with my aid, I can perform most other analyses too. AP has its own science team, so we're on a shoestring budget here. It's just Gorby and me. The further computer analyses progress, the less use there is for people like me. Frankly, AP gets most of the real work. I hardly ever have to do anything. I'm still just as good as any of them. All they ever do is throw things in their fancy schmancy analyzers. You sound just like Meryl and Dave. None of you guys are fans of AP. Can you tell me more about that AID doohickey? AID is short for Auto Analysis and Identification Device. It's an AI gadget for doing analyses. It's got a number of sensors, like a spectrograph, a gas chromatograph, and a geotechnical sounder. You make it yourself? Are you kidding? I wouldn't even know where to start. AID and its analysis programs were created by this guy on Home. Oh, you know what? B. Vork, if you're still hanging in here. I actually had a question for you, if you don't mind. Currently, like, I guess I was curious, do you know of any good component to composite converters that have worked for you? Because I got one, but it is not functioning. Because I have the YPB-PR cables for the Sega Saturn, like the Retrovision ones, but I can't, and then I can't get a signal out to my CRT, right? It would just be in black and white. I don't want to play it in color, but so it's either like get those cables to go into the stream. Component to composite specifically. Not a typo. Like I have the Retrovision, the YPBPR component cables for the Sega Saturn, and I've got a splitter, and then I can get, you know, I have the male-to-male to take that into the RetroTink, like to the Elgato. But then I want to also get a signal going out from the splitter to my CRT. But since that splits like the channels or whatever, like the signals, right? Like you have the black and white on one, and then the color on another. So I can't get like the composite cables to like take that signal to the CRT. Oh, like the best I can do is just like a black and white image, right? So I was trying to think of ways to get around that. Play on this, be able to play on the CRT, but also have like the best possible image for the stream. And so I got a converter there, but so your best bet is this custom thing. You need to get the signal into RGB before you can convert it elsewhere. Thank you so much for the link. Okay. Thank you. Cool. I'll take a look at this in depth when I'm done here. I saw in my cursory research, I saw a device that kind of looked like this, but it looked very cheap, and for the price, I was like, there's no way. I think I found it on Amazon. Cool. Thank you so much. He's a big help around here. He's a whiz when it comes to analyses. Doesn't make for much company, though. I'm actually here looking for a missing person. Supposing he's already dead, how possible would it be to transport his body outside the colony? You could never take a body outside beyond single-handedly. They've got a pretty tight security system in place. It would be easier to transport them out while they're still alive and kill them somewhere else. They're becoming stricter and stricter about space debris every year. My signal chain is component and then converted via this to composite to my CRT, but I also have a component to VGA transcorder between my consoles and this. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I'd like just the component signal to go directly to the capture card, and then, but then get a composite going out to the CRT, but I just don't have everything I need to do it at the moment. So I've just got composite coming into the RetroTink, which upscales it. You're definitely not looking at as pretty of an image as, like on my Trinitron, this looks very pretty. I guess I should show you the photo. Who are these guys? They look Japanese. So that's Hojo. Doesn't look like the type who'd just leave everything and take off. This is Kenzo Hojo, the man who's disappeared. This is the guy you're looking for? Anyone who wears glasses here has to be a terrestrial. Right. What about getting rid of a body inside the colony? Say the person had been dead for several weeks. Burning it would attract too much attention. Dumping it underwater wouldn't work either. They'd detect the gases released during decomposition. Well, it's kind of crude, but burying it might be the best way. The colony has several meters of soil in its surface areas to help protect against cosmic rays. You wouldn't smell it if it was burned at least 20 to 30 centimeters down. In any case, you could never hide a body or get it out without help from the Mafia. You have any leads or anything? I have a few things belonging to him. Let me take a look at them.
Victor, 調べてもらいたいものがあるんだ。
おお、なんじゃ。それか。
ああ、これもそうだが、もう一つある。
全部見せてみ。
Capsules in a leaf. Can you do it? Well, I could never turn down a request from one of the Policenauts, could I? This stays between us, okay, Doctor? Give me a little time. It shouldn't take too long. Thanks, Victor. No problem. I'll get started right away. Thanks for your time, Victor.
すごい地球なまりだ。安心するよ。
ヨンズは冷徹に話すからな。地球のように流暢なアクセントがない。ここが BCP を支える AP 隊員の部屋だ。時代の最先端を行く主力部署だ。正面にいるのが AP の隊長であり、この BCP の本部長でもあるゲイツ・ベッカーだ。
ああ、ロビーで話を聞いた。ゲイツか。偉くなったもんだ。
30年ぶりだろう、ジョナサン。あいつも変わった。さあ、紹介しよう。
ゲイツ、久しぶりだな。
ジョナサン・イングラム。ジョナサンじゃないか。いつこっちへ？
ゲイツ、BCP 本部長だって。出世だな。
Big boss?
おめでとう。
We
嬉し
had
いよ。
Meryl, now we got a big boss.
みんなのおかげだ。私一人の力ではない。ジョナサン、あの事故の件は残念だった。あの鉛筆事故がなければ君がこの椅子に座っていたかもしれん。
その話はやめてくれ。
まあ、同じポリスノーツとして大歓迎するよ。どうだ、観光はまだか？
いや、観光で来たわけじゃない。
で、どうした？
実は
ジョナサン。
人を探している。名前は北条健三。ビヨンドの徳川製薬社員だ。
徳川。
3週間前にこのビヨンドから姿を消した。捜査を依頼に来た彼のワイフは地球で殺された。
穏やかではないな。本部長、私はジョナサン、徳川が絡んでいるとなればことは単純では済まない。悪いが BCP として公には協力できん。その代わりエドを使ってくれていい。徳川に何かあれば最終的には我々が乗り出す。エド、北条の捜査に全面的に協力してやってくれ。ただし内密にな。わかりました。
恩に切る、ゲイツ。
ジョナサン、歓迎はするが派手にはせんでくれよ。約束してくれ。
分かった。迷惑はかけない。
しかし久しぶりだな、まったく。
You've aged pretty well, Gates. I suppose I've been luckier than some. You seem awfully happy to see me. You shouldn't stare at people like that. That's your uniform? Looks more like something you'd find in the military. That's the uniform of the BCP brass. You have a real commanding presence, Gates. Think so? I've heard that before. It's a nice beard. It suits you. I've had this since I was 40. Chief? What is it? What happened to the others? Tokugawa resigned from BCP 20 years ago to head up the Tokugawa group. Salvatore quit, I suppose 10 years or so ago, and apparently went back to home. We've all gone our separate ways. The day you left us will probably be the last time we were together. The Policenauts eventually evolved into the proper police force we have today. AP do most of the work here now. They're our mobile police unit. AP were created to be a new breed of space police designed around the special set of conditions you have on a colony. We recruit AP members from government frozeners. It's dangerous work. Having a family or friends is only a burden. That was one of the lessons of your accident. On top of that, they only use sperm carrying genes well suited to space's environment when they fertilize frozener eggs. In other words, they select the fathers from past astronauts. Meaning we could be responsible for some of these guys? Possibilities there. You could say frozeners are literally the sons of us astronauts. That seems barbaric in a way. In addition to their normal police duties, AP also use EMPS to perform rescue operations inside the colony. EMPS are a type of mechanical suit used by both inside and outside the colony, both from a cooperation between Tokugawa Heavy Industries and ourselves. They employ a bilateral master-slave manipulator, which allows for 7 degrees of freedom, just like the human body. The technology is a product of Tokugawa Heavy Industries' research on master-slave manipulators. That Yuri you had your accident in is a far cry from their performance and reliability. Why don't they just turn them into robots while they're at it? The visual sensors in today's robots take 1 full second longer than a human to process data. A second can make all the difference in the world out there. Teleexistence is a more feasible option. You mean controlling EMPs by remote? We wouldn't have to worry about exposure to cosmic rays that way either. Mind you, we still have problems such as communications interference and time lag to overcome first. The police on home have been in touch with us, as it involved the murder of a Beyond. What a senseless crime. Who would have thought something like that would happen to your ex-wife? What's OLA saying? They've concluded she was the victim of a bomb planted by repatriatists, or possibly eco-terrorists, but there's not much to go on. This is the guy who's gone missing. He seems very like all the other people you find at Tokugawa. And then for Lorraine to be killed as well. This is you and Lorraine, I see. What were you planning on doing bringing a photograph like this with you? It's a very good question, Gates. Try to forget what had happened and move on. Lorraine would want the same. Well, I'll be. I haven't seen that in donkey's years. See you later. They keep their helmets on even when they're in the station? The helmets are linked to BCP's network. The visor displays a 3D image of whatever data they're working with. Hey. Oh.
どうした?
It's my friend from the plane.
旅はどうだったポリスノーツさん AP だったのか
トニー・レッドウッドだ AP の爆弾処理を担当してるがエンプス乗りでは彼の右に出る者はいないミスター・ゴダードと呼ばれている
宇宙酔いくらいで参るようじゃ早くホームのママのところへ帰った方がいいぜそれともまたスチュワーデスの薬でももらうかここはビヨンドあんたのような古いテレストリアルには厳しいところだ俺はお前のようにゾンビみたいになるつもりがないがね
ジョナーさんやめろ相手にするな
そうだエドこの次元装置の仕掛けわかるか
なんだいきなり
あんたホームで爆弾処理班にいたことがあるらしいな
麻薬界入る前のことだ
通常爆弾の設計者は解体されないようにいくつかの安全策を設けるここに赤と青のコードがあるだろう最後のセーフティー装置だこのどちらかを切断すれば解体できる俺がセットしたとしたらこれはどっちだと思う危険の赤か安全の青かレッドウッドのレッドどうかアウトだコロニーに穴が開いたぞ攻撃的な人間が常に赤を好むとは限らない答えは青だ俺ならいつも青にするああ覚えておくよ
Can I play with it? These terminals display the data sent here round the clock by the operators. I diffused this earlier. Real state-of-the-art device. Terrorists have been using some pretty advanced components in their bombs lately, haven't they? It was a bomb that killed Lorraine. Why'd you ask me about it anyway? You never know when terrorists could strike. Even an old-timer like you should be prepared. I don't ever want to have to defuse another bomb. You never know when you might have to deal with one of these. What do you think you're doing here? I'm not here to amuse you. That's BCP's holographic insignia. In addition to identifying the wearer as a police officer, it's also there to prevent counterfeiting. Who'd believe he's one of the good guys without the uniform? He's like a corpse with that complexion, not to mention the look on his face. We call them the living dead around the station. I don't blame you. All he needs is to moan, brains, brains, to complete the image. If you don't have a reason to be here, then beat it. Yeah, we're like right in front of him. My God, he's an asshole, but honestly, so are we. What a weird vibe. You'd never guess he's a cop. Even among APs, he's unusual. You don't see many people with long hair around here. All Frozeners have long hair. They don't like to cut it for some reason. Can you tell me more about that? Got a minute, Redwood? What do you want? My commanding officer is the chief. My compatriots are the guys you see around you. You're neither of those. I don't have to answer your questions. What makes you think I have time to waste on you guys? You seem like someone with a lot of free time to me. I don't have to talk to anyone outside of AP. That includes you, Ed. He's a totally different person from the plane. That, in case it hasn't hit you, that was an act. What? We can modify our personalities anytime we need to. All part of our training. What did you come here for anyway? Lorraine? Who's that? Don't know anyone called Lorraine. He really is like a completely different person. On the space plane, you said you'd gone to visit some family on home or something, didn't you? It wasn't work-related. It was personal. I don't have to explain myself to you. Answer the question. I don't remember saying anything like that. I'll say it again. I'm not obligated to talk to either of you. Who are they supposed to be? I told you on the plane, I don't know them. Do I look like I want to see that? I saw it on the plane. That's cute. Real cute. Cherish your memories, as they say, right? Even if you were Policenauts, that was a long time ago. Look at you, you pair of sad old men. You knew I was a Policenaut, didn't you? Sure. I've studied my ancient history. Funny. Real fucking funny. That's what the Policenauts are around here. Right, Astronaut Brown? Anyone can go to space now, but it's Frozeners who protect it. We are an adaptive species. Redwood is pregnant with police.
あいにく灰皿が見当たらんのでな。
灰皿灰皿なら空気感あるだろう。
New sitcom? Pregnant with police. It's a new twist on like all the like what were all those shows called? Like the Octomom and stuff, or the what was the one with like 14 kids, that kind of thing. We've got more kids than any of those other shows, and they're all a bunch of little police kids. We don't know what to do with them. They're always arresting one another. What a handful. These terminals output data on Beyond. Brings a whole new meaning to Arrested Development.
彼らは目に人工水晶体の眼内レンズを装着してるらしい。視力は常人の2倍はあるって聞いたがな。
あいつらが俺たちの子供かもしれんなんて
とジョナサンの精子は使われていないだろう。
だろうな。エドが遺伝的に優れてるなんて。
お前は宇宙恐怖症だしな。
それにしてもエド、奴に対しておかしくないか。
そうか。
奴と何かあるのか。
プロズナーとは合わないだけだ。
I didn't even see you over there. Oh, I shouldn't have clicked on him. Hey, Silent Shelf, how you doing? Good morning. Officer Redwood, we have a code brown. That's Gates, the head honcho. Let's go talk to him. What's the matter? Did something happen? I guess I came to you without realizing where you were in the previous space. That's the hanger for APs. I keep wanting to say EMPs, but EMPS, behind the chief. Our mechanics and systems engineers are all employees of Tokugawa Heavy Industries. What's the matter? Toot got your tongue? Where are we going now? Should we shoot stuff? Shooting break? Take a quick shooting break.
ここが BCP の射撃訓練場だ。BCP では週2回の射撃訓練が義務付けられている。イヤープロテクターはその壁にかけてある。実弾を使うんでかなりの音になるんだ。
俺も使っていいのか。
構わんだろう。税関で銃の登録はしてるんだろ。
ああ、登録は済ませた。弾のライフリングまでな。
あの右の端末を使えば訓練プログラムが始まる。現れるマンターゲットの命中率と命中箇所が分かる仕組みになっている。ただしこのプログラムは無反動銃、つまりリフトガン用に設定されているからな。
リフトガン？
無重量でも使用できるように反動が抑えられている銃だ。このコロニーではほとんどの銃がこのタイプだ。弾丸が銃口を離れた瞬間に二次爆発を起こすんだ。ロケットのようにな。だから反動が生まれない。
銃口を出た後に爆発してよく狙いがずれないな。
レーザーでターゲットをロックオンしてるからだよ。もう重心の役割はない。さらに銃に反動を吸収するシステムが組み込まれている。リフトガンはいかにロックオンするかが問題なんだ。実行プログラムはターゲットモード、トレーニングモード、コンバットモードの計3モードが用意されている。それぞれ様々な状況を想定し
These might be the same as they were in the initial menu, the main menu.
昔ながらのメカトロニクスと最先端の立体映像、エレクトロニクスを駆使している。
それじゃ VR なのか？
いや、実戦に近づけるために VR は使っていない。銃も実弾を使う。安全性の追求だけでは訓練にはならない。軍でも銃の訓練に VR を採用していないのと同じだ。ここでは撃てば現実に風穴が開く。見た目は少し古い感じを受けると思うが、そこいらのバーチャルリアリティとは違う。
And I'm no amateur. I light gunned today. I light gunned all day yesterday. Upside down. I'm ready to go. This is part of the trainer. You select a program with this. And I'm sorry in advance for the flashes. Before suggested a very good filter, but unfortunately I'm not using OBS, so about to strobe it. Not sure you're pointing that thing, partner. But this, I mean, I'm very safe with firearms. I'm always just making sure that I'm not anywhere close to the trigger, and I'm only pointing at things I'm intending to shoot. You know me. What did I just do? Oh, whoops. Safety's off. Ice Testis, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Welcome. We're playing Policenauts on the Sega Saturn. Do you use Streamlabs OBS? I do. Does it work with Streamlabs? I probably should check that before I just assumed it wouldn't work. Doing well. Glad to hear it. How you liking this game so far? I love it. I just started it today. I'm hooked. I've loved every Kojima game I've ever played. And I really loved Snatcher. I've been wanting to play through this for years. I started it in Japanese some time back and not good enough. Someday. But yeah, I just set up my Sega Saturn with an optical drive emulator recently, so now it's easy for me to just, because I want to play on original hardware, I want to play on the CRT, I want to use the light gun. So I was kind of waiting to be set up for all that. He loves police, you know me. First, it started with Virtua Cop, and then from there, I couldn't deny it any longer. Not by default, but I think I could rewrite it to work as a plugin. Oh, that's very kind of you to offer that. Thank you. Feel no need to do that. I do appreciate it, though. I do need to migrate over to OBS one of these days. When I started streaming, I didn't know what I was doing, and, you know, Streamlabs, there's so many things that are just, like, easy. Like, I wanted my handheld a little bit. It was ready to go. A lot of these things. And now, like, I've been doing it so long, like, it's easy to just keep putting it off, right? And do other tasks. Because everything's working fine. Let's try normal. Level 11. These segments are kind of long. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ice Destus, how is Death Stranding 2 going? How's the new Kojima experience? I'm not really justifying my choice to use the light gun, am I? Oh no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey! You shot that person. Okay, yeah. I was thinking they were gonna be civilians, and there weren't. Honestly, when I first saw her in the first segment, I thought she was... Oh, no. Okay. My hesitation got me shot before. Oh god, I'm dead. Oh man, it's so good. Is it? Hell yeah, I'm glad to hear that. In the June bug, straight up strobing it. And by it, haha, well, let's just say my Policenauts? What? Sorry. Anti-flashing is one of my personal pet projects, so I'll give it a shot. Oh, that's so kind of you. Well, thank you. Don't expect it this week, but I think I can do it. Well, thank you so much. Hell yeah. Thank you. I will definitely try it out if you come up with something. I would love an excuse. I said before, like, we did the light gun, upside down goggles light gun game marathon yesterday. But I played Death Crimson on the Sega Saturn for the first time. Like, oh my god, this is the worst light gun game and one of the worst games I've ever played. I gotta play the sequel. And I do have a gun con for PS2, and there's a PS2 port. And it would be fun to go through Time Crisis and some of those Namco point blank games. So it'd be great to have an excuse to just do more light gun stuff. Let's test it out. Death Crimson is LOL. It's astoundingly bad. I can't believe that product exists. It's unreal, and I'm fascinated with like the atmosphere and vibe and music, and just like I feel like myself dissociate when I step into that world. I wish it weren't so horribly difficult so that I could hang out for longer, but my god, it's tough. In the stripped club, straight up jorking it, and by it, haha, well, let's just say my peanuts. Okay, this was a reference. I didn't know what that was. It's funny because we just recorded an episode of the podcast this morning, and we usually, when we do movie episodes, I just read. I spend hours going through IMDb reviews to find like the weirdest things I can find in the bowels of IMDb. And there was one I was trying to read, and I have no idea. It was like I don't even know if it's like Gen Z slang or what. It's like I have no idea what ideas this post is attempting to communicate, but it's breaking my brain trying to read it aloud. And I was having a similar like bit of that just now. Not quite, but you use the Virtua gun. Okay, let's take a look. That was your first time in combat mode. You finding it difficult? You can't exactly call these good results. No, you certainly can't. Things will start to get harder around this level. After level 20, you'll start to see criminals disguised as civilians. At first, they look just like a civilian, but after a few seconds, they'll draw their gun on you. You need to be quick to shoot them before they shoot you. If you don't, you'll lose life, and it'll count as a miss. Use the Virtua gun and the mouse there. Okay. You know what? I haven't done this in a while. Let's make a save. My peanuts. It's especially bonkers because the developers of it aren't bad. They made the modern Melty Blood games. Oh, really? Like they can and have made great games? Really? Okay. I meant to look. Because, I've checked out, like, the Dreamcast Death Crimson OX very briefly. And, but I wasn't familiar with Death Crimson on the Saturn until yesterday. I was like, oh my god, I need to look at, like, what else they've done. Let's go back to Victor, maybe? That's enough of that. Let's get back to things. Damn it, my ears are ringing. Of course they will if you don't wear the ear protectors. Oh, could I have chosen to put those on?
なるほど。分かった。エドは訓練しないのか？いいんだ。どうして？お前の腕を久々に見てみたいな。
俺はうまくない。もう目が良くないんだ。
おかしなやつだな。
Anime Freak was looking at some cheat codes for Death Crimson, though, and there were some fun ones.
えらく早いな。
当たり前じゃ。ゴールビー。まずジョナサンから預かったカプセル剤じゃが。
That's Jonathan the Thumbstucker? Yeah, he loves sucking on those bent thumbs. That's his thing. In the future, you don't ignite your thumbs. They're just bent. They're just bent thumbs, and you suck on them. No secondhand thumb spittle.
4つのカプセルはどれも徳川製薬が扱う新薬じゃ。インドメタシン ZL。これはインドール誘導体を含む解熱鎮痛剤。
He's like, is that milk? I can't see it from here, but.
エンゾジアゼジン誘導体を含む精神安定剤。そしてハイファイトミン。これは B12 を含む水溶性ビタミン。最後はフェドレジン。これは塩酸エンドルフィンを使った交感神経興奮性鎮害剤。
ビタミン剤、風邪薬、咳止め、精神安定剤。
麻薬の一種ではなかったのか。
どうやらそうらしいの。これは単なる薬じゃ。
それも発売済みのな。
なぜ北条はただの薬を大切に持っていたんだ。
何か細工があるんじゃないのか。製薬会社の社員なんだろ。
カプセルにマイクロフィルムを隠すとか。
そうまで言うのならこれを見てみるんじゃ。4つの薬品の成分と化学組成の分析結果は数値も何もかも徳川が申請している薬と全く一致する。さらにあまりよく知られてはおらんが、正規の薬には全てその内容薬が何であるかを示す製剤識別コードというものが薬の表面か包装に記号化されて示されているんじゃ。この白い部分のマークが徳川製薬製を示し、その横の数字が薬品名を示すと。これらのカプセルもこの規定に従い製剤識別コードの表示と内容が一致する。つまりごく普通に大量流通している薬じゃ。どれも特別な薬ではなく何の共通性も見出せん。いやただ
どうした？
一つ腑に落ちんことがある。これを見てくれ。これはカプセルのコードの拡大画像や。こうしてみるとこのマークは確かに徳川製薬の識別コードなんじゃが、見るんじゃ。三つ葉葵の上の部分が欠けているじゃろ。今のプリント技術ではこんなミスは起こさん。
あ、確かに欠けている。
しかもこの欠けている部分が右と左で対になってるんじゃ。4つのうち2つが左の刃が欠け、残り2つは右が欠けている。偶然じゃろうかな。
プリントミスでないとすると意図的な印。徳川製薬品の偽物じゃないのか。
それにもう一つ、このカプセルは封入式でなくキャップ式を採用している。キャップ式カプセルは半世紀も前に使われなくなってるんじゃ。
北条はどうしてこのカプセルを？このカプセルに何があるんだ？そしてこのカプセルのためにロレインも。
しかし徳川製薬が関係していることは間違いない。徳川製薬社員の行方不明、不可解な徳川製薬のカプセル。
ビクトル、葉の方はどうなんだ？
こっちの方はズバリじゃったよ。この葉はブラックポピーの葉じゃ。
ブラックポピー？
黒消しだ。合成麻薬ナークを作る原料となる。
ああ、ニュースで言ってたやつか。
そうだ。毎日合成麻薬ナークに関する事件は大変。
やはり麻薬絡みか。
ビヨンドにおける消し栽培は何年も前に完全に撲滅したはずだ。これはホームから密輸したものだろう。
となると北条は黒消しの密輸に関与していたのか。
それが見てくれ。これはこの葉の断面図じゃ。普通ホームで育った植物からは必ず大気汚染物質が検出されるんじゃ。じゃがこの葉はきれいなもんじゃ。きれいすぎる。
つまり地球外で栽培されたものということか。
さらに限定を裏付けるウイロイドの一種が検出された。
ウイロイド。
これがそうじゃ。植物細胞内に感染して増殖する病原体じゃ。しかもこれは5年前にビヨンド内だけで大流行したウイロイド S 型。
ということはこのビヨンド内のどこかで黒消しが栽培されているということか。密輸ではなく。
でこの葉が半分の意味は？
それはわからん。切断面から人工的に切断されているのは確かじゃ
ナーク取引の際の割り符かな。
さっきの製剤コードと関係しているとは思えないか。
とにかく王女の失踪にはナークが絡んでる。そしてその舞台になっているのが徳川製薬。
ますます厄介だな。これまでにも徳川と麻薬の関係はささやかれていたんだが、上からの圧力もかかってうやむやになっている。数年前に本部長が AP を使って大々的に捜査を続けたが失敗に終わった。
Big ass investigation.
ゲイツに根性がなくなったの。
確証がつかめんことには手を出せん。ジョナサン、この件は思ったより根が深そうだ。下手すれば死人が増えることになる。
ともあれ、徳川製薬へ行ってみようぜ。王女の勤めている会社だ。何かわかるだろう。
徳川製薬なら案内しよう。ただし慎重に行こう、ジョナサン。
徳川製薬なら世話になったからな。酔い止め薬で。
他に質問は？
Doctor, what is it? What can you tell us about NARC? I saw a little bit about it on the news. It's a drug that first became popular with astronauts for relieving the pressures of the job. It's since spread throughout beyond and the rest of space. It's a semi-synthetic narcotic created through supercomputer drug design. Though black poppy opium serves as its base, of course. Even a few milligrams can kill you. It's difficult to detect in drug tests because it's taken in such small amounts. That's why it's so hard to prosecute users. It's a drug invented by Eugene Jarvis. They just need to look harder, that's all. We've had ways of detecting trace amounts of drugs for a long time. RIA testing, for example. Well, that's true, yeah. Some screeners have just stopped trying. Anyway, that's one of the reasons NARC's become so popular. People know the chances of being caught are next to none. I always love that. Like, we can have, like, really elaborate, clever names for things, you know, in this world, in this science fiction universe. And, like, what do they call their drugs? Narc. You know, narcotics. Working as intended. Black poppies. The black poppy is a delicate plant, similar in ways to some orchids. The local arcade has a NARC cabinet, and I managed to 1cc it. I don't know if I know what that is. A 1988 run-and-gun arcade video game designed by Eugene Jarvis for... Okay, that's what you were referencing. I don't think I knew it. Also, 2005 on the PS2, Midway game. Honestly, these both look compelling. Wow. Oh my god. Jesus. Some of these, man, early aughts video game magazine full page game advertisements, they're a different breed, man. They're a different breed. Arcade Narc is bonkers. You aren't supposed to be able to 1cc it, really? Yeah, I don't know this game. I don't think I've ever seen it. I'll have to take a look. It does look pretty wild. But if you stock up enough rockets, you can blow up the giant mob boss head at the end. Yeah, I'm just looking at that boss. That's funky, man. Oh, man. Cultivating them would require a lot of money, effort, and the right technology. It's more than a one-man operation. Whoops. Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals is the Tokugawa Group's fourth biggest moneymaker after Tokugawa Heavy Industries, Tokugawa Electronics, and Tokugawa Construction. They were one of the first companies to expand into space development. They developed the first made-in-space versions of drugs like interferon and urokinase. They were practically an overnight success. The development of their immunosuppressive wonder drug, cypusilodine, used in organ transplants, revolutionized pharmacology. Though, of course, the development of mass transplantation, where you mask the organ's antigens with antibody fragments and avoid post-op rejection, ended the need for it. See you later. See you later.
ここが BCP の正面玄関のロビーだ。大きさを無視すればホームの警察と大差はないはずだ。
整然とし
Ads in 3 minutes. Our friend here is gone. I guess they took her away.
よし、ジュノさん、捜査に出かけよう。BCP 前だ。さあ、捜査に出かけよう。
足は
そこに BCP のポリスカーがある。あれで現場へ向かおう。BCP の最新型ポリスカーだ。ビヨンド内では向こう外車両しか走行してはいけないことになっている。排気ガスゼロ、電気6、ソーラー4の併用車だ。
それでここにはガソリンスタンドがないのか。
充電スタンドならあるがな。ホームと違ってバッテリーの重金属回収も徹底されている。
That's an officer's personal vehicle. These guys are a pain in everybody's ass parking here like this. Why don't we take a couple of these? Ed, what do you say? That's the Goddard EMPS model. Appropriate for the colony age, huh? This is almost like a robot compared to the Yuri I tested. Want to know the reason it says BCPD, but we call ourselves BCP? Well, that sign's been there since the building opened. Eventually we dropped the D from the name, though we kept the sign around. Kind of a superstition, I guess. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to let them roll and take a quick break while they're rolling. And come back for like another hour, maybe. Within the next hour, I'll probably call it for the night. Let's drive. That's not our car, Jonathan. Let's not drive. I want to go to Hojo's house. Let's go to Hojo's house. Oh. Let's not go to Hojo's house.
どうして BCP のデータバンクで簡単に。
徳川系の社員情報は BCP のコンピュータからはアクセスできないんだ。徳川に関するあらゆるデータは企業秘密として法律で守られている。だから名簿にも載っていない。
バカな、この時代に。
What fucking year is this? Y'all ever get that with like fan translations of manga? I want to say I remember back in the day getting some fan translations that like obviously I don't know. It's like the sheer amount of swearing in this, like there's no way this is what's intended by like the original like author's intent. Like you're taking every instance of like omae and kuso and using like the dirtiest English that you can find. Just I don't know why. Give it a little punch. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. Ads are here. I'll be right back. See y'all in just a minute. Thanks everybody for hanging around. The one exception to that in my experience is the Kunio games. They are astonishingly crude for the time. The fan translation of... Can I see a bit over here? Netsu kana? Netsuketsu? That's not the reading, right? No, the next two I'm kind of lost on, but Kuni Otachi no Ban? Shigao. Uta? More study needed, but yes, even cleans things up a little. Yeah, that's interesting. I want to say the one experience I'm remembering specifically is like I was obsessed with Trigun, and I was like getting into it before it had aired on American TV. So I was seeking out the manga, and I remember like they hadn't released the volumes in English yet in the US, and I was reading Trigun Maximum maybe, or one of those. I'm like, whoa, there's a lot of swearing in this. Like this almost seems like out of character for everybody. Is this really? I don't think this is right. I think they're playing that up for whatever reason. All right, I guess we'll go to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals.
ジョナサン、乗れよ。
何年ぶりかな。エドの無茶な運転を体験するのは。
ホームのスポーツカーとは違う。そんなにスピードはない。安心しろ。
Love and peace and shit.
ちょっとは安心だな。
なんだあれが最新のパトロールの方法だ。コロニー内をわずか数十分で巡回できる。
Beavork, did they have all of these animated scenes in the PC98 version? Or are those new for this version? Because you said this version has the look of cell anime. Or was it more just like static pixel art with like light animation to it?
このタバコは副流煙の出ないものだ。肺がんになるのは俺だけです。
ここはホームとは違う。ここでの喫煙は立派な犯罪だ。しかも肺を提供するドナーにもなれん。道徳的にも恥じる行為だ。
火はつけん。口に加えてるだけだ。
しかしいつからだ。昔は吸わなかった。
迷惑はかけん。
ここにしばらくいればやめられるさ。
That cigarette has to be so soggy at this point. He's just sucking on that thing all day. He's like Stallone in Cobra with the toothpicks. The scenes are there. They aren't animated like that. Okay. I'd love to see it in the pixel art. PC98s aren't expensive in Japan once you don't have to deal with shipping. I highly recommend getting one if you have the space. Yeah? Oh man. You shouldn't encourage me. I could find the space. What would be worth getting it for besides another version of Policenauts? Like, do you have any favorite games on that system? I've been curious. I got really curious about them when I was kind of like looking into the origins of Square, and just like I think maybe that was my first time really even hearing about it, because I feel like up until that point I'd probably just heard of like the MSX, just because of Metal Gear, and then like hearing about other things that like are on these personal computers that I in America I have no concept of. How's your bloody fingy? I can't stop pulling at it. I guess I'm showing that off on camera. Sorry. Yeah, that's probably not helping. It's fine. It doesn't hurt or anything. It just keeps bleeding because I cut it in a very very oft-used location. This is the building sign. It says Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals Research and Development Facility. It's written in Japanese, too. It's a sign for this facility. Let's look at those bushes, though. Look at all the trees they've got here. It's almost a small forest. Jonathan, these trees are privately owned. They all belong to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. How do you know? All plants on Beyond have control plates on them, since they're monitored by computer. It's a lamppost. That type of lamp has a built-in light sensor with automatic shutoff. All energy on Beyond is conserved wherever possible. Nothing goes to waste. I bet these cost a fortune. Funny looking building. It's like some kind of palace or something. I've seen this design before in ancient Japanese architecture. That's the Tokugawa Aoi, the hollyhock leaves. It's a Tokugawa Group's logo, borrowed from the Tokugawa family crest. Look at how big they've got it up there. You can't miss it. Yuno is an incredible masterpiece, and there are tons and tons of visual novels and tactical RPGs on PC 98 that are extremely affordable. I actually just picked that up recently. I was going to pull it off the shelf here. I can't really see where it is at the moment. Because it looked interesting. I haven't started playing it yet, though. So, is it different than the Saturn version? Is that another case where like the PC 98 version is preferable? I'm going to have to look into that. This must be the front entrance. Hey, it's open. Let's go.
ヨナさん、それじゃあ中に入ろう。
ここは徳川製薬の研究開発ビルだ。関係者以外の立ち入りは禁止になっているんだ。悪いがお引き取り願おうか。
Absolutely. It's also not easy to read. I consider myself bilingual and had to shelve Yuno for years because I couldn't read it well enough. Well, then I don't have any hope at the moment. Yeah, I've kind of like undercut the need, but like last few years I've just been, when I see something interesting, I pick it up. Like, I'm gonna play this and maybe even stream it. You know, it's also incentive to keep studying because I'd like to stream games that don't have localizations to let, you know, non-Japanese speakers enjoy them. I'm just not at the level of ability yet where I can do it. And that's why I have just a shelf full of games that I haven't gotten to yet. That's one of them. But then now I put in this ODE. It's like, well, I'm still kind of incentivized to keep picking them up because I like physical media, but it doesn't make that less necessary. Surveillance camera. Lately, companies and whatnot have started monitoring surveillance feeds through computer instead. Hey, what do you think you're doing? It's a security booth. The security guard's sitting behind it. Thanks, Ed. Terrific. Where's the cute girl? Far away from you, Jonathan, as they all should be. He must be a security guard here. He's a little short, but he's well built. He looks like the kind of guy who's done martial arts before. What do you guys want?
BCP のものだが、ここで働いている北条健三のことで話が聞きたい。
警察？なんだ BCP か。俺はここの警備兼受付を任されている斉藤ってもんだ。で、どういう要件だ？
You need to read astrophysics journals to get through Yuno? It's nuts. Whoa, really? I didn't know that. Alright. I'm also not clear, like, I need to be careful now that I can easily pull these games up. Like, I don't know how many of these are, like, erotic. and how erotic they get. Because there are a lot of them. Like, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, this Mahjong game, yeah, it's kind of obvious what this is going to be. But some of the other ones, like, I don't know what else, I don't really know what all is hidden in here.
この研究所に北条健三という男が勤めてるはずだが。
ああ、確かに北条さんならうちの社員だ。何年も前からこの研究所で働いてる。俺なんかよりもずっと古いさ。
実は北条氏の捜索願いが出てるんだが。
捜索願い？そうか。それじゃあもうオープンなんだ。
今なんて？
いや、会社の方から信用問題になるからしばらく様子を見るようにって言われてね。
マスコミに騒がれるとまたイメージダウンだからな。
まあ早い話がそういうこと。うちほどのグループになるといろいろと妬まれたりするから。
それで北条氏はいつから？
それがもう3週間にもなるかな。北条さん連絡もなしにぷっつりと来なくなったんだ。それでこっちも困ってるんだ。どうしていいものやら。家族の方からも問い合わせがあるし、会社からは口止めされてるしでね。
Where does Hojo live? The most exclusive area of Tokugawa Hills. You can't miss it. Huge place at the end. Tokugawa Hills, huh? That's a high-priced residential area. A lot of Japanese live there. All Tokugawa-related information is protected by law, right? I think anyone desperate enough could get a hold of an address. Well, it's not like I didn't have a clue where he might live. It's just better to get their permission. What is it you guys do here? This is Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals Research and Development Facility on Beyond. Our main focus here is our DDS work. The other area of interest is the factory where we manufacture drug samples. DDS? What's this DDS you mentioned? It stands for Drug Delivery System. DDS development looks at new ways to deliver drugs. Before, all drugs had to go through the process of absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. That meant only a small amount of the drug ever reached the target area. You with me so far? So the goal of any DDS product is to ensure the necessary amount of a drug is present in the target area at all times. You get all that? Not really. They did this in the past through ribosomes or microspheres, in the case of cancer drugs, for instance, with their numerous side effects. This guy's a walking encyclopedia. I've mentioned everything I can. The rest is sensitive. Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals pioneered made-in-space drug development. We're now the world leader in pharmaceutical technologies, with a track record that speaks for itself. We're a true colony-age business. I suppose our Japanese management style is one of the reasons for our success. How about you, though? Are you an actual Tokugawa employee, or are you with a security company? I was originally an assistant here, but with my physique, they decided to put me on security. I'm still a salaried Tokugawa employee. That's why I hold a certain level of knowledge about our operations. You couldn't call me an expert anymore, though. You want to look at this photo? Yes, that's Mr. Hojo. The woman next to him is his wife. He has the same photo in his work area. I hope he can find him, for his family's sake. So about that family. Well, I mean, we still got the daughter left. This is you, isn't it? What does this have to do with Mr. Hojo? I just like showing it off. She actually does resemble Mr. Hojo's wife a little. I know that picture. Our president was one of the Policenauts, so we see it a lot. That must be the DDS lab. That's the DDS room. That's where DDS R&D takes place. Can you show us that room over there? I can't just take you in there without permission. What? Without a reason. Wait, you can't just barge in there. What do you want to go in there for? It'd be my ass if something happened. I have to at least be ready to explain what was going on. Alright, guess we're not doing it. This door looks pretty thick. You wouldn't be able to force it open. It's the type of door you get with a walk-in safe. Whatever's back there must be important. Sorry, but you can't go back there. Not without President Tokugawa's authorization. Look, magnetic lock. The security level for this area must be higher than the others. Only the real eggheads get back there. I can't let you in there. Doesn't matter what you say. It's the magnetic lock system that controls this door. That's a second floor walkway. It's probably used for giving tours or for the guards to move about. This place feels kind of like a military base with this layout. Back there is the factory where we produce samples of new products. I can't let you inside. Whoops. The only real lead we have right now is that Hojo works here. We can't go away empty-handed. He's Asian. They say Tokugawa hires mostly Asians. Asians tend to stick together wherever they go. Just look at all the Chinatowns you get on home. Japanese don't need to make an effort to group together on Beyond. They practically run the entire place themselves. That looks like the facility's floor map. As a rule, we don't discuss details of our floor plan with anyone outside the company. We can't see it with the guard in the way. Here's your typical jock, real straightforward. I see why they reassigned him to security. Sir? What is it? You have any idea what happened to Hojo? Well, he was a real workaholic. Maybe all the stress finally got to him? He was cooped up in here, almost non-stop in the weeks before he disappeared. He could have gone back to home. A lot of terrestrials do that. You mean return syndrome? That's when someone who can't cope with living on Beyond anymore leaves their family, job, and everything else behind and disappears to home. It happens a lot in our company, since we have so many Japanese employees. Japanese people are prone to that. I'm sure there would have been word if he'd been involved in an accident or something. Maybe he really did just want to get away from this place. What does Hojo's job involve? He's head of DDS development here, and also the sales rep for DDS products. The latter involves distributing information to hospitals and doctors about new drugs developed here. Anyone else work with him? Mr. Hojo ran just about the entire thing himself. Research, development, and marketing. I heard he had several assistants before, but they all left. He did it all himself? Yeah, at least nowadays. Only a very select number of extremely intelligent people work here. But still. It's like this. Our company is very paranoid. Mr. Hojo's work in particular is highly sensitive, even within the company. Who's taken over for him? All DDS work was suspended after Mr. Hojo's disappearance. Who knows when it'll start back up? In other words, a DDS treatment is like a targeting system that sends a drug exactly where you want it to go. It's also called the missile treatment. So it delivers a drug straight to the diseased area? Is it accurate? Of course. What's more, you can control how much is released and when it's released. The artificial bones made out of bioactive cement used in people with osteoporosis and certain rheumatic disorders are also a type of DDS. Geez, what isn't DDS? It covers a wide area, yes. Injections and oral medications can be DDSs as well. Though I should mention that we don't conduct research on prodrugs or antidrugs here. DDS also focuses on prolonging the effects of drugs, not just their delivery. For patients undergoing long-term treatment, we can avoid having to give frequent doses. Instead of taking a drug several times a day, you could take it once a month, or once every several months. You might not understand the rest. What's this new product Hojo was working on? All I can tell you is the newest product in our DDS line. Sorry, officers, but the rest is sensitive. There's a lot of competition in this industry, and I have a job to keep. Please, if I told you anything, my job would be the least of my worries. Can't you give us something? Even the littlest detail could help. We won't tell anyone you talk to us. Well, all I can say is its code name is K9. K9. We haven't broken any laws here. This is an upstanding company. We're also involved with the production of designer foods and functional foods. The company holds large shares of markets beside pharmaceuticals. Were you born on Beyond? Yes, I'm a Beyond, born and raised here on the colony. My parents are Japanese terrestrials. You look like you're in pretty good shape. You do any sports or anything? I practiced judo and karate for a number of years. Why do you want to know so much about me? I find you interesting. Okay, and we've shown these. Why am I showing that to you? I think I've exhausted all these. Let's go back. We got over 50 cameras here. They're all monitored by computer, so nothing gets past them. Don't go wandering around, you hear me? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well done. An ID card reader. Security must be tight. You need a Tokugawa ID for that. Ed, think we can take him? But see, once I'm in this screen, I can't look at anything else. Oh, maybe we have more here? Should I watch Begotten? Is it worth the watch? No. I'm not a very big fan of the movie, to be honest. I think the first scene is very visually interesting. Maybe give it 5 minutes if you feel compelled to continue. Keep going. But that first scene with like the god like disemboweling themselves and just like the way, like the grainy high contrast, like black and white, it's very dynamic. I just found it like, I saw a screenshot of it. It's like, I gotta see this movie, you know, when I was a lot younger, and I sought it out. And ultimately, I didn't really like most of the viewing experience, but there are some very like visually arresting scenes. That doesn't sound very fun. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not a fun watch at any point. But there's some very memorable images. He just finished work on a new product. Everything went well as far as I know. I just thought it'd be a creepy thing to like pair with a very jarring sound. And I think I was right. Did he appear worried about anything? If he was worried about anything, I'd say it would be his daughter more than his work. His daughter. He said she was very ill, that she needed a bone marrow transplant, something like that. Her name's Karen. He said drugs couldn't cure her. Cruel irony for him. Mr. Hojo loves his daughter very much. He never stopped thinking about her. Oh. Oh. Judging by the synopsis, it looks like Kojima wrote it. Really? Begotten? If Kojima got into horror, yeah. It's kind of like, honestly, like the inverse of him. Like, it's like an art house, like no dialogue, just images, very, like, obtuse. Make of it what you will. What do you interpret these things to mean? Like, whereas like Kojima, especially increasingly with each new game in recent years, like he just tells you what everything is about. He tells you what everything means, There are characters that are basically just a vehicle for ideologies, you know? Yeah. Shame she had such a serious illness. We'd always talk about how great she was, how beautiful. That's true. I was thinking more in the lines of like, oh yeah, the fuck is going on? Yeah, definitely like with some of the ideas. I see what you're saying. I just meant like, yeah, having seen it, I can tell you, it's not not quite the same kind of watch as a Kojima experience, but maybe we just needed the information about the daughter, because the rest of these are now dead ends, right? I don't think we can ask anymore. Maybe that's enough. Considering how much people keep missing the points, I understand why he's getting less and less subtle. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a criticism. It's just an observation. I love it. So we can't leave yet. Okay, so there's still more to do. How are we gonna get past you? For sure, Kojima's definitely a talker. Hey, but I will say, like, as a fan, you know, I put up with it. But objectively, like, some of the some of the things he does narratively, just like, if this were anyone else, we would all be criticizing it, though, right? Like, we wouldn't put up with it, but we're putting up with it. We love to put up with it, but sometimes I wonder whether or not we should. Like, maybe we should give him a little bit more pushback from time to time.
その北条の研究室 DDS ルームの中を見せてもらいたいんだが、北条の足取りを探りたい。
頼む。何か手がかりがあるかもしれん。
あんたら無茶言うな。
無茶は承知だ。
こいつの言う通りにした方がいいぞ。かえって面倒になる。
待ってくれ。面倒はごめんだ。
悪いようにはしない。
参ったな。
参ったんなら入れてくれ。
Okay, so
DDS ルームだけなら構わないが、会社には内緒にしてくれよ。俺はビヨンズなんだ。こんなことが会社にバレたら、ここで働けなくなる。
大丈夫だ。約束する。
それじゃあ、ロックを解除するから。
alright, so we just needed to get the information about the daughter before we could come in here.
さあ、DDS ルームだ。北条さんがいなくなった時のままの状態だ。あんまり触らないでくれよ。
There's an extremely funny narrative bit in Policenauts that I'm not sure you've encountered, but you'll pick up on it later. Oh, really? Okay. Nice. I'm wondering if I'm gonna... Like, he's heavily referencing, plagiarizing some things in this. And, like, for Snatcher, like, I got all the Blade Runner references. Because, like, it's so obvious, right? The one... I can't remember the character's name, but it is Rutger Hauer. With this one, I know we're doing, like, a Lethal Weapon thing. But, I saw Lethal Weapon when I was very young. I don't really remember much about it. I don't know if I saw the other one. Like, maybe I saw a sequel. But I might miss any fun nods to that influence here. He's got a square jaw and eyes that go through you. He's an intimidating dude. Definitely not the kind of face you'd want running a business. Is that your ID card? Every room in the building requires an ID. You can't go anywhere without one. This card is used throughout the group. Every employee has one. One of the things in this is that Kojima specifically saw the Lethal Weapon dub. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Okay. I probably won't know anything about that then? Would it be spoiling something to tell me about it? Even his uniform's got the Tokugawa logo on it. You see this everywhere you go here. Everybody knows it. That is one ugly tie. They give us the ties we have to wear. We don't even get to choose the color. That's just like a Japanese company. It's to prevent anyone from bringing in hidden cameras, microphones, and such. Security guards like I have to strip down to our underwear when we get here every morning. Wow. What a workplace. Why does the security guard uniforms always look the same? The colors of our uniforms change depending on your clearance. They get darker the higher up you go. Sir? He's even more intimidating standing up. What is it? What's this? That's the Tokugawa Group's network terminal. It's called the T-Gear 99. All the computers in the group are connected via network. It's used by employees for correspondence and work. It's a special type of hardware not available to the public. If this wasn't connected to the network, it'd be totally useless. Mind if we check it out? I can't permit that. You would have access to sensitive information. Of course, you'd need to pass the security checks before you could get online anyway. It's not super important, but Riggs is a lot more respectful of Murtaugh in the dub, which plays out in the observations in this game. Okay. Got it. Interesting. That's really... I love that you know all this. I really appreciate you sharing all the deep knowledge you have about these games. That's a cool bit of trivia. They've got a lot of different machines here, just what you'd expect for a place like this. Mr. Hojo used these in his research. I don't know what's what, to tell you the truth. There's a master-slave manipulator, too. These cost a lot of money. I'm not Kojima, but 75% of my body is made of films. Yeah. Sure do. Nothing but the latest and greatest. It's not easy getting your hands on this stuff. Big difference from Victor's setup. That's a partition. When DDS development started, this area was quite big. Each K-series product had its own team. These were used to separate them. It's a wall video phone. It isn't connected to an outside line for security reasons. This display has holograms of various K-series products. They're all Mr. Hojo's work. K3 is a DDS that mimics contact lenses. It uses a transmucosal delivery system where the drug is absorbed through the ocular mucous membranes. K5 is a DDS that takes the form of a patch. It uses a transdermal delivery system where the drug is absorbed through the skin. So it's like an ordinary electroporation patch? The advantage of a transdermal system is you can supply the drug for several weeks with one application. It really is wild to me. I was saying this earlier today, but like, man, sometimes just like moments like these, I just have to stop and I'm just in awe of him as a writer and creator. Like just the vast breadth of ideas in all these different subject areas. Research and development for like medical technology, military history, you know, government, like both history of like organizations like the CIA, and then even stuff that's more like, I don't want to say conspiratorial because it's all like a lot of it's proven true, like, you know, it's got an historical record you can look at, but just like really like fringe, like national security state kind of information and history. And my God, he blows my mind, you know, that all these ideas are in this one guy, and he's able to just like have so much lore around like all this stuff we're reading about these various drugs. It really is so impressive to me. K6 is a DDS where the drug is absorbed through the buccal mucous membranes. That one is a little different from the others. That's a mosquito-type micro machine that we tried to use for administering injections. The medical establishment fiercely opposed it, however, so right now it's only used for drawing blood in certain cases. What's this blank one for? That's reserved for K9. We haven't revealed it to the public yet. We're still gathering data at the moment. So this is Hojo's latest success.
ああ、それは北条さんが使ってたホワイトボードだよ。あの人几帳面だったからいつもそこに予定を書き込んでいたんだ。
これは北条の筆跡か？
間違いない。北条さんの字だ。
確か北条が消息を絶ったのが15日。
15日予定が書き込んであるぞ。
この100の下は日本語か？
それはセットだ。
15日 K9 100セット
BCCH 何の略だ？
うちが薬を卸してる病院さ。
この下の落書きは何だろう？なんかのマークかな？
猫の足跡みたいだな。ちょっと待った。K9100 セットだって。K9 ってまだ商品化されていないんだろう。どうして病院に100セットも？
新製品は許可が下りた時点で発売までの間にサンプルテストを行うんだよ。テストといっても副作用とかじゃなく二次的なデータを集めて生産や営業への参考にするためさ。
それで100セットっていうのは腑に落ちんな。
その病院で確かめてみた方がいいな。
そのサンプルはどこで作るんだ？
ここの試作工場さ。
そこを見せてもらえないか？
それは無理だ。
He's got a 2D photo here. Mr. Hojo always keeps pictures of his family around. That's unusual for a Japanese in the workplace. That's his wife next to him. He talked about her a lot. This is the same photo Lorraine gave me. As you can probably tell, Mr. Hojo was a jealous person. He was very protective of his wife. Is that true about Japanese workplaces? I mean, I've only ever worked in schools, and most schools I work in, there's not like any kind of traditional office with like where people have individual desks. They just have their classrooms. I think the most interesting part is the Great Hanshin Earthquake. It happened between Policenauts releases and was a major influence on Metal Gear Solid. Really? Huh. Now you got me thinking about what in... how that would have shaped that game's narrative. Was anything, like, was there a nuclear accident related to that? I don't know that I know much about this quake, to be honest. Other than its general location. And I know, like, they do the remembrances in Kobe. They do, like, the big illumination every year that I've wanted to go to, but it's always, like, early in December before I'm off for the year. I guess I was just curious, like, did maybe, now you're mentioning that, was there some part of that that, I don't know, shaped like his strong, like so much about Metal Gear Solid is, I mean, that's more about nuclear weapons, but I don't know, thought maybe something there. Kenzo Hojo. He seems like a down-to-earth guy. Lorraine. That's Mrs. Hojo. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. She used to be Mrs. I don't remember my last name. Mrs. Jonathan. They've got a lot of different machines here. Just what you'd expect for a place like this. This is very advanced equipment. Please don't touch any of it. It's all medical tests and pharmacology files. I wouldn't have a clue what they say. We can see the reception area from here. Kojima has talked about how he basically stayed at his office because it was safe without knowing his family was okay. Oh, really? Was he, do you know where he was at that time? Like, how close to the epicenter was he? I guess I don't know where, like, Konami was headquartered. But it does, I guess he is from that area. Like, Snatcher, it's set in Neo Kobe. So is that where he's from? Is there a personal reason for that? And it came up again in this game too. It made me pause. Like, I haven't looked into it because I don't think I want to know. Like, I don't want to read too much before I get to play this through. But it made me wonder, like, oh, is this supposed to be in the same universe as Snatcher? Like, later in the timeline? Or I don't remember if there was any mention in Snatcher about space travel. I don't remember it getting into that. I guess I should have been reading this. This is new stuff, but maybe I saw everything there is to see in here. Finished? I hope so. I hope so. Oh, we can look at this now. We can see it with the guard out of the way. Still can't make much of it. Well, so much for that. Alright, Mr. Guard, how about this one next? It's a different story from the DDS room, don't even ask. Yeah, Kojima's production unit was in Kobe. It comes up in a lot of his games. That makes sense now, okay. Take out your Mr. Binoculars and then look at the computer. Hey, Object Power, good morning, how you doing? We just don't have the expertise. Let's check things out here a little more, Jonathan. Let's see what he knows about BCCH. Okay, yeah, I guess we should talk to him again, huh? Sir? What is it? BCCH stands for Beyond Coast Central Hospital. It's the biggest hospital on Beyond, making it the single biggest market for us. Yeah, I'm familiar with it myself. Some of our employees work from there. We have a very close relationship. I don't know why I put Mr. I don't either, but I was just going with it. That's like, oh, maybe that's a very particular type of binoculars that, I don't know, make it a funnier, goofier comment. Let's believe that they are. It's like my first, like play school binoculars, my first set. Try sleep in the leg or sweep in the leg. Well, if we sweep it well enough, it will fall asleep, right? We're gonna knock the circulation right out of it. Let's try. We get most of our product data from them. Sorry, no option to sweep the leg. Damn it. Damn it. The importance of our relationship with BCCH can't be understated. Least of all Mr. Hojo's work there. Okay, how about now? Why don't we keep looking around here? We might have missed something. Why don't we ask him about what Hojo was doing on the 15th? Yeah, that's a good... Thank you, Ed. Always in a rush to just... Oh, yeah, this is new. Okay, wait, yeah. I kind of, like, glazed over this. So the 15th, we already talked about all these other things. New product. Did we exhaust this? Okay, yeah. So let's just talk about the 15th. So according to the whiteboard, Hojo on the 15th of last month went to BCCH, right? He left just after lunch and never came back. That's the last I ever saw him. So we know Hojo went to BCCH that day. Hopefully we can pick up the trail there. Okay. Speaking of, let's mosey.
北条の足取りも分かったことだし、失礼しようか、ジョナさん。
いいか、くれぐれも会社には内緒にしてくれよ。俺が署内を案内したなんてな。分かってる。
Lips are sealed. We're outside Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. Let's drive to BCCH.
BCCH へ行って北条の担当していた薬局員に話を聞こう。
俺は病院と注射は苦手なんだが。
俺だってそうだ。患者じゃないんだ。気を楽に行こうぜ。しかしあの DDS の話からすると、この先注射はなくなるかもしれんぞ。
そうなると困るな。
どうして？
病院を嫌う口実がなくなる。看護婦に甘える口実が減る。
たくましいやつだ。
That's our Jonathan. Don't. It's not an endearing quality, Ed. It's not. You should be getting too old for this shit.
ジョナさん、これがビヨンド1のマンモス病院、ビヨンド中央病院 BCCH だ。
でかい病院だな。
さあ、北条の手がかりを探そう。
でっかい。でっかい。It's the hospital sign. Beyond Coast Central Hospital, just like you said. Wait, this is Jonathan. Just like you said. I believed you. I believed you. I did. This is the hospital's foliage. They planted trees and bushes all around the building. The layout was designed to make them visible from every room in the hospital. Yeah, it's soothing having other life around you in space. It's foliage planted for the patients. I can't get over the size of this place. You won't find a better hospital here, not just in terms of treatment facilities, but patient capacity. Numbers of doctors and nurses, you name it. That's the linear elevator that goes to the 0G ward. What's that? It's a zero-gravity ward set up in the center of the colony. Weightlessness is a good environment for treating patients who are bedridden or have burns over large areas of their body. They also perform certain operations there, since blood doesn't squirt out in zero gravity. I don't know the specifics, but apparently the building was designed by some famous architect from home. That's the main entrance. Let's go.
よし、病院へ入る。
Yosh.
BCCH のロビーだぞ。
これだけのマンモス病院だ。北条の知人を探すのも一苦労だろうな。
しかし今はそれしか道はない。気を持ち直して北条の手がかりを探そう。
Must be here waiting for something. Hey, she's pretty nice from this angle. You're looking at the back of her head. This fucking guy. Looks like another patient. He looks like he's got some kind of mental illness. Again, you're just looking at the back of his head. Man, why do you gotta talk about people like that? Seriously. He's the fucking worst. Check out that Chinese looking dude. He's got a hand towel tied around his head. A lot of Asians do that to keep warm. Why would anyone in their right mind be doing that here? Seems to be another patient. None of these people look too good. Oh yeah, so the cool from Illbleed will be impossible without a ton of background noise. Yeah, I think I remember like thinking like, oh, I don't know, unless someone somehow rips the sound file, there's always a ton of music or heartbeat going on. Yeah, I meant to like go back and see like, is there anything in the... Thank you for looking, that's so kind of you. Like, is there an option in that game to like just take down the BGM volume or like anything independently? But I don't know, I forgot to do it. Yeah, but I would love to get that cool. Maybe I could like go back and play it and try and get it to trigger at a point where there's not a lot of other noise going on. But yeah, there's a lot of shit going on in that game at all times, right? These are hospital patients. They won't be able to help us. Those two look like they're together. Oh, Jonathan, stop. These people won't know Hojo. It's a sign giving directions around the hospital. Where do you suppose all the sales reps hang out? Won't say anything on this. Let's ask at reception. I dread going to reception, particularly if there's a female receptionist, because you know what he's gonna do. You know what he's gonna do. Look, Ed, a nurse. Hello, nurse. I was preparing myself for this. Ed, we all are. We're all doing the same. Righto. You better believe it. You better believe it. That guy looks like he's been hospitalized here. He seems pretty healthy to me. Maybe he's here for surgery? Look how well you can see outside. This must be adjustable glass. I love how we just spend all this time just speculating about every person in this waiting room. That guy, he might be doing surgery. What are they in for? Alright, let's get over there. Ads in 3 minutes. Is the hospital's information counter. Why don't we try asking about Hojo? Good idea. May we speak with you for a moment?
はい、今日はどうされましたか？
いや、実は
初心の方ですね。こちらの
Why can't you just be normal?
症状を詳しくご記入ください。
違うんだ。俺たちはどこも悪くはない。
俺たちはビヨンド警察のものなんだが、ちょっと聞きたいことがあるんだ。
警察の方？なんでしょう。
None to show. Here we go. She's cute. Ed? Ed? She's cute. I wouldn't mind getting a shot from her. Oh, aren't we a pair? Ed, are you succumbing to Jonathan's influence? Smart idea putting girls like these out front. She's pretty cute too. Won't you look at that? God damn. God damn. I just love the idea of him saying this aloud in front of 3 women here. Yeah, this is their collective exasperation. Thank you so much, Phil, for expressing it. Just right in front of her. But talking about the woman behind her. God damn, that's hot.
Got any animal crackers?
Show a little control when we're out. Oh my god.
北条健三という人物だ。徳川製薬のプロパーで、この病院にもよく出入りしているらしいんだが。
徳川製薬のプロパーの方ですか？
知らないか。
プロパーの方は 関係者用の通用口から出入りしますのでわかりません。
誰ならわかる？
そういう件でしたら当病院の理事長に相談。
As in 45? Yeah, thank you. I'm just gonna let him roll. I need to end here soon.
理事長の許可が必要ですから。
I don't wanna, but I should be responsible and be well rested for work tomorrow. But we just gotta keep going a little bit more. I'm gonna look at... Let me think. I'm sorry, I still don't recall seeing anyone like that. He certainly isn't a patient here. Wanna look at my Lorraine? Is there something special about that? No, forget it. That's a really old picture. That's from before I was born. He would have been here a number of times. You honestly don't know him? I'm sorry, but I don't remember meeting him. Seeing his picture didn't help at all? No, I'm sorry. God damn. Go dumb. Thanks, bot. Go dumb. Oh man. Go dumb, she's a looker. Where do we go to see the director? Dude, the director can be found in the director's office. Why do I feel like an idiot? Because you are one. This is the largest hospital on Beyond. We've also been designated as one of the colony's emergency response facilities in the event of an accident or disaster. In addition, our organ transplantation technology is the most advanced in the world. We're well known even on Earth. Many people come all the way from Earth just to receive treatment here. It's easier to obtain organs here on Beyond than it is on home, you see. Why is that? We've established a centralized organ distribution network and transplant coordination system here. There still isn't a consensus between countries on Earth on how to handle the organ issue. You have to go through a lot of red tape to get anywhere there. Oh boy. So, is there a name I can put to this beautiful face? Are you trying to hit on me? Destiny has obviously brought us together for some reason we've yet to understand. I'm just trying to get to know you, that's all. Those lines will get you nowhere, buddy. Where's the director's office? At the end of Block B here on the first floor. I'll let her know you're coming. If you follow the green line, that'll take you straight there. You there! She's busy at the moment. I can help you instead. Excuse me. Do you not want to speak with me for some reason? Whoops. They're busy right now. She looks like she's calculating a bill for somebody.
Boring.
Please don't be a butterface. Please don't be a butterface. Please don't be a butterface. Oh my God. Walk away, Jonathan. Walk away.
あなたたちが刑事さんね。受付から連絡もらったわ。
あなたがこの病院の理事長？
そうよ。女だとは思わなかった？
ああ、理事長って感じじゃない。
少しホームなまりがあるな。
私は BCCH 理事長のクリス・ゴドウィンです。
私は BCP 風紀課のエド・ブラウン。
俺はジョナサン・イングラム。OLA で。
ああ、そうだ。やっぱりそうだわ。どこかで見た顔だと思った。あなたたちポリスノーツのエドとジョナサン？
どうして？
私よ。覚えてないかしら？ 一度少女雑誌のカバーを一緒に撮影したでしょ。もう30年も前だけど。
おう、あのモデルのクリスちゃん。そうか、女らしくなって。
あのクリスか？
もうすっかりおばちゃんよ。そうね、あなたたちなの。会えて嬉しいわ。で、どんな要件？
What's up? How do you feel about having the legendary Michael Thornton in your office? Smell? That's this nice smell. What is it? It's lavender perfume. I just hate the smell of drugs. That's the only reason I wear it. You get about as many people wearing fragrances here as you do smoking cigarettes. Hey, nothing wrong with either. I've got potpourri with the same fragrance up on the mantelpiece. Go ahead and smell it if you'd like. I like this smell. I find it relaxing. I think I'll do that. Is this what you were talking about? Yeah, that's my potpourri. It smells like lavender. I get it sent to me by a friend on home. Go ahead and smell it. Yeah, it does smell like lavender. It's just like Chris's perfume. Lavender's a nice smell. It's lavender potpourri. The most normal comments he said in this place, and it's about something that seems so freaky at first. I thought it was going to be much worse than it was. And still potentially could be. We're not out of this yet. It's the cover of a teen magazine from 30 years ago. They've got us and the other Policenauts on the front. Seeing you guys brings back so many memories. There I am, looking real good. This was me before I lost everything. There's Salvatore. There's Salvatore. He always joked around when we did pictures like this. There's Gates. He was Mr. Popular. There's Tokugawa. He never smiles for the camera. I was just a kid back then myself. I remember how cute you were, Chris. Yeah, real cute. I would have been 14 then. Just to be clear, we don't need to do any of the things we did in Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. None of that, please. What are all these papers? I've got things like my medical license and the hospital's accreditation up there. Wait. Why did I read that in the Ed voice? I don't know. I should go to bed. There are documents hanging all over the walls. This place really feels like a director's office. These are books on organ transplantation. That's my area of expertise. They're all books about organ transplantation. I wrote a few of them myself. They're really old, though. I'm probably the only doctor on the colony who keeps so much paper media around. They look complicated. I don't think they'd make much sense to us. Those are just some complicated looking spines, let me tell you what. They're all books about organ transplantation.
マスキートよ。
マスキート？
ええ。小型の採血マイクロマシンよ。このマスキート、プログラムがいかれちゃって制御できないの。ようやくさっき回収したのよ。
This type of medical micromachine is used on the colony for drawing blood. I can tell you more about it if you're interested. I simply can't get over how beautiful you are, Chris. You've aged like a fine wine. You're a sweet guy, Jonathan. I must say, you're just as charming as when we shot that photo.
実は行方不明になったある人物の足取りを追っている。北条健三という。
王女？ 聞かないわね。ここの患者なの？
その男、徳川製薬のプロパーなんだ。徳川製薬でこの病院に薬を卸してるって聞いたんだ。
ここの薬関係の担当者を紹介してもらえないか。
ああ、それなら薬局の薬剤師に聞けばわかるはずよ。ここの薬の管理はすべて彼に任してるから。それで？
So you don't know anything at all about Hojo? The littlest thing could help. No, this is the first I've heard of him. I'm sorry. You have your own pharmacy here? Beyond has the same medical system you find in Japan, where a doctor can also serve as a pharmacist. When people get their prescription at a hospital, they'll receive their medication from his pharmacy. We have our own pharmacy since there's no separation between prescribing and dispensing in our medical industry. The profit margin for drugs here is astronomical. Doctors rake in an extra 20 to 30% by dispensing themselves. Hospitals and drug companies make a killing in this system because the price of drugs for patients is so high. One of the reasons Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals has become so successful is because it lobbied for the implementation of the Japanese system and beyond in the early days of the colony. Plus, there's the fact that people here prefer to take a drug for something even if they don't actually need it. All of this has led to overprescription, a high drug profit margin, and a medical industry that benefits doctors and hospitals instead of patients. Personally, I'm against doing things this way. We should be working on separating the industry like places on home. But as a businesswoman, it's great for us. The hospital wouldn't be where it is today without this system. Yeah, I get all that, but what about the pharmacist? Oh yeah, the pharmacist. You mean Jun Ishida. What can you tell us about this Ishida? Jun Ishida is an employee of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals assigned to us here at the hospital. He can be a bit of an odd character, but he gets the job done. He works for Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. We have an important relationship with Tokugawa. A number of their employees work here. We could never just shut them out. Where's the pharmacy located? Through that door there. The two rooms were originally one. It's a little inconvenient, I know. We split this room up, and that's where we put the pharmacy. The window's out in the hall, of course. You make sure no one steals anything, huh? I guess you could say that. We're planning on moving it soon, since it's a pain having it like this for so long. Are organ transplants really that important in space? Yeah, they're absolutely essential to us. Space's environment has massive effects on the human body, what with the weightlessness and cosmic rays. We still aren't ready for transplanting artificial organs. All medical science can do at the moment is transplant them from other people. What about using artificial organs? We're a long way from developing organs that can be used long-term, function as a complete replacement for the failed organ, and be small enough to be inserted into the body. We do have machine organs and bioorgans, but the only replacements that can be currently classified as complete are artificial bones, teeth, and a type of blood used exclusively for transporting oxygen. You're talking about the artificial blood AP uses. There are machines that can function as supplementary hearts and kidneys outside the body, but there are problems with internalizing them. The most advanced artificial kidney I can ever see us developing is continuous ambulatory peritoneal dialysis. Which organs are affected by cosmic rays? The ones with rapid cell division rates are affected the most. For instance, bone marrow, lymphatic tissue, the mucosal epithelium of the digestive tract, the reproductive organs. Then come the kidneys, the liver, the lungs, the skin, blood vessels. It's a mosquito-type robot developed by Tokugawa Heavy Industries and Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. It's designed for drawing blood from people and animals and administering shots. With this, you can draw blood without the subject feeling a thing. It can also be used for donating blood. They received a lot of criticism, but these guys are one of the reasons we've been able to prevent AIDS and other diseases here. They fly by flapping their wings? They were designed through biomechanics. I don't know the details. We saw a hologram of it at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. I was about to say, hey, it's Helpworker time, what's going on? Welcome. How are you? We're playing Policenauts. Thanks so much for coming in. How are you? On the Sega Saturn for the first time. I'm having such a good time. You got legs from here to some wonderful place. Jonathan, well done. Well, I can tell you they're not as nice as they used to be. Certainly nothing compared to any young girl out there. I wish you'd keep them in one place. Chris? Yeah? This is a photo of Hojo. I may have met him before. I'm not sure, though. Hey, this is you, isn't it? This could have been taken yesterday. Who's this with you? Someone I knew. Rather not go into it? I can respect that. Wow, I remember this photo. Alright, you probably have to just go farther down each of these threads. He would have dealt mainly with the pharmacist when he was here. He's a Nisei Beyond. He hasn't got much of a personality, really. None of them do. I only talk to him when it's work-related. So how did the first Miss Teen Beyond wind up in charge of the colony's biggest hospital? I quit modeling 20 years ago. My parents were doctors here. But then they were killed in a spaceplane disaster. That's when I inherited this place. I'd gone to medical school, and this was the only thing they left me. I'm always busy with something, whether it's here or somewhere else. You married, Chris? Nope. I've never had much time for relationships with work. I've devoted my life to my career. Guys stopped showing any interest in me a long time ago anyway. Well, aren't you in luck? Jonathan's here, and he's always ready to show interest in anybody. I find that very, very hard to believe. Are you saying you'd be interested? Are we saying that, Jonathan? You must have more important things more important things to talk about than me, don't you? Yeah, kinda. Let's talk about your job. My main job is running the hospital, but since my area of expertise is organ transplantation, I help out a little bit with that as well. For instance, I'm a consultant for the Beyond Coast Organ Distribution Network, the Beyond Coast Organ Procurement Network, and various other transplant groups. I also volunteer as a psychiatric nurse, working between transplant coordinators, donors, and recipients. What are the dangers of organ transplants? In the past, the biggest problem was post-op rejection, but we've overcome that with the development of Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals' immunosuppressant cycloidine, as well as the mass transplants, which don't trigger rejection. What are mass transplants? It's a revolutionary procedure that's eliminated rejections in recipients. With it, we're able to mask the organ's HLA class 1 antigens before transplantation. I'm not too familiar with it, but with its introduction, the number of organ transplants has risen dramatically. The success rates of transplants have gone up, while the side effects of immunosuppressants have gone down. We've made countless advances in procedures, preservation methods, and tissue compatibility tests over the years. Technologically speaking, we've cleared every hurdle. Are there any other organs you could never replace? I'd say the liver, the pancreas, and the gastrointestinal organs. There are hybrid types in development that combine organic tissue and synthetic materials, but they're still testing them on animals right now. The only place you'll find cyborgs for now are movies and video games and the like. We can't play God at everything, perhaps. The effects on sperm and fetuses are the most pronounced. Yeah, I know about that. You had to avoid conceiving for at least 6 months after returning from space before. The time frame has been reduced, but amphibians still have to be careful with that. Apart from mosquitoes, the only medical micro-machines you find are capsules and smart pills for the digestive system. You can't use them in the circulatory system. A non-mechanical DDS is the only treatment effective there. I hear they're looking into the possibility of using them in place of biological pesticides. Mosquito is a portmanteau of mass and mosquito. Ooh, Policenauts. Hey, welcome in, Sub-O. Glad to have you. Are you a fan? I've been playing it for the first time. I just started today, and I love it. It's so good. I played this like 2 years ago. Hell yeah. How'd you feel about it? Have you, are you a fan of Kojima's stuff in general? You really liked it? Nice. I showed you everything. We backing out? Going to the pharmacy? Yeah? How did you like it in comparison to Snatcher? If you played Snatcher. I played Policenauts and Snatcher. Hi, thank you so much for following. Glad to have you. Welcome, welcome. We play a lot of retro games around here. Not always, not exclusively, but a lot of the time. Currently playing, I like to play on original hardware as much as possible, so we are doing that tonight. Playing on the CRT, which you can see right below me, so that I can make use of the light gun, which has been very fun for the shooting segments. That's been a blast. Pun semi-intended. I prefer Policenauts to Snatcher. It's still early. I can't quite say yet, but just by virtue of being able to shoot with the light gun, if I could have done that in Snatcher, if I'd been set up to do that with those shooting segments, it'd be easier to compare them. But that is strongly weighing it in favor of Policenauts at the moment. And I think I'm finding the world and just the lore around it more interesting thus far. I think I'm more into the narrative on this one. Didn't know this game was made by Kojima. Also, hey, the Tutor J, welcome in. Yeah, it is. Was this the last thing he did before Metal Gear Solid? Right? So yeah, I don't know if you've looked at like games like before Metal Gear, but they're interesting. This, and I played Snatcher through last year on stream. Meant to jump right into Policenauts, but kind of wanted to wait until I was set up to do it on a CRT here and play it on the Saturn. I played them through emulator and used the drawing tablet for shooting parts. Oh, interesting. That's cool. How was that? Yeah, it's probably right before MGS. Yeah, I was trying to remember the year on this. B. Vorkin here earlier was telling me that I should check out the PC 98 version of this. That I think I would maybe prefer the art style because it's pixel art, but since I don't have that to compare it to, I love the art, but I think that would probably be more my scene. But it's a beautiful game to look at. Oh, I was just told I can't move, right? Come on, we haven't seen each other in years. Let's catch up on everything. Okay. Do you want to talk about... Should I smell you again? Suits you perfectly. You know, if you told me you were still a model, I'd believe you. I don't think I've ever seen anyone look this good in a lab coat before. Can you imagine the two of them just fucking double duty on this shit in your office? Oh my god, it's bad enough. Like, we're losing Ed. We're losing Ed by the scene. It's very intuitive. Also, nowadays I use drawing tablet to play point and click games. It's just so natural. I never thought about doing that. That's super cool. What kind of tablet do you use? Oh, Ed, you've been taking notes from Jonathan? Apparently. We've been hanging out, like, for a few hours and already rubbing off on him. Doctor? Yeah? It's a cheap Huon? Or Hueon? I don't think I know it, but it works pretty well. Imagine chatting with a woman in real life, and then suddenly you're just like, can I smell you? I haven't played through this. Friend of the channel, Sandwichard, has popped into his stream briefly when he was playing it. It was at the exact moment I didn't stay too long because I didn't want to see too much, but I did see that there is a touch boob button at some point. So I know that comes up. So imagine not stopping at just smelling her. Imagine that there's other options. And then imagine that it's not just your imagination. It's actually in the game. Okay, so I think we've talked through all these things. Yeah, she wants to catch up and then ask her about herself, and then she's like, you don't want to talk to me about me, though. Oh, this is new. We finally established a consensus for determining brain death after the turn of the century, but a number of issues have allowed a donor shortage to continue. We have the technology, but it's useless without enough donors. But it works pretty well? That's good to hear. Okay. You do digital art as well? I'm assuming? Or is it just for gaming? You mentioned brain death. Brain death is different from persistent vegetative state. In persistent vegetative state, the cerebral cortex stops functioning while the brainstem continues to work normally. Some people differentiate between total brain death and brainstem death, but in both cases, the brainstem, which basically speaking regulates the body's life support system, stops functioning. There are many criteria involved in determining brain death. Before, these varied from country to country, but we now have a worldwide consensus for declaring a person brain dead. The donation of organs or tissue from a brain-dead individual is based on the doctrine of informed consent from either the individual, when still mentally competent, or the individual's family or caregiver. Okay, maybe now we've talked through everything? No. You don't have to go just yet, do you? Apparently I can't. Let's look at your fireplace. Is this a fireplace? Yeah, but I don't use it. You're not allowed to use fireplaces on Beyond. It's just for decoration. This is marble, isn't it? Pretty extravagant decoration. Is that suspicious? Light? Okay, yeah. So we can't light it? Sorry, but it isn't built for actual fires. So can I light it? Are you listening to me at all? Yes. So I can light it. It's a fireplace. It's funny. You feel warmer just looking at it. Do we, Jonathan? Do we? Oh, we didn't look at this, did we?
クリスの子供？
それは他人の子供よ。
君の子供じゃないの？
ジョナサン、ホセ。
悪かった。俺の思い出の写真と同じだ。人に触れられたくない過去はある。捨てられない過去が。
And yet we showed the photo to everybody. That's just a photo of me with someone else's baby. Stop asking questions about it. It's a newborn baby. I don't even remember his name. He's a cute little guy. You seem a little sad for someone your age. I was 19 if I remember right. I think we might know the situation here. It's Chris in her teens. She's holding a baby. Got it. We know what to do. But can I use a light gun? No, I can't. Well, a guy can dream, can't he? Oh.
くそ、逃げられた。
私の鼻に。
クリス、じっとしてるんだ。
動かないように。
早くして。
また逃げられた。
ダメ。
美味しいところに泊まりやがった。
Jesus Christ.
ジョナサン、俺に任せろ。
断る。俺が頼まれたんだ。
こいつまた逃げられるのがオチだ。
二人とも早く捕まえてよ。
申し訳ない。
くそ、また逃げられた。
下手くそ。
刺されたわ。やだ、こんなところに。
おお、今度は胸だ。
Jesus
故障だから
Christ is
ジョナ
right.
サン。
俺の役目だ。
俺は人生を恨むよ。
くそ、また逃げられた。
ジョナサン、真面目にやれ。
お願い、早く捕まえて。
It's kind of amazing that Kojima didn't get canceled. Wasn't even in the conversation at any point.
ジョナサン、真面目にやれ。
お願い、早く捕まえて。
We're gonna continue this bit, aren't we? We're just gonna keep doing it. Didn't think this game would turn to the sexual harassment simulator. Hey Rotunia, how are we doing? Welcome. How are the flies landing directly on her? Yeah. What's up? How was your stream? Thanks so much for coming in. Good to see you. All right, third time. Yep.
くそ、また逃げられた。
ジョナサン、真面目にやれ。
It is back.
お願い、早く捕まえて。
くそ、また逃げられた。
Not slap her boobs. It's not really giving me a lot of options here. Oh my god. This isn't even the... So there's multiple instances. It's not the one that I saw that I mentioned.
ありがとう、ジョナサン。
Oh, yeah.
いや、こんなことならいつでも。
ジョナサン、お前な、後で感想を聞かせろよ。
You saw the details.
人たちね、ポリスノーツさん。
Yeah, we do.
まるでバディ映画から抜け出たみたい。
まあ、大事に至らなくてよかった。
She's way too
そう
calm.
ね。さあ、これからどうする、お二人さん。
Fortunately, this is after an extended bout of harassment. Actually, we've decided to migrate from purely verbal territory into yeah. Let's go to the pharmacy.
じゃ、薬局を見せてもらうよ。
どうぞ、そこの扉よ。あ、ジョナサン、
なんだい？
そのタバコ、なんとかならない？
これか？
You mean the cigarette I've been sucking on all day?
黙認できないんだけど。
香水好きの女性としてなら。
Yeah, those are the same thing.
オッケーよ。脅迫がうまいわね。
Yeah, I don't have you there.
どんなの駆け引きさ。
You ever thought about quitting smoking? And we all have our vices. I smoke cigarettes. You wear perfume.
あんたら薬なら窓口で。心配はいらない。俺たちは BCP のものだ。理事長の許可は得ている。警察？
石田さんでしょ？薬局の責任者の。
はあ、僕が石田純だけど、一応ここの薬局を任されてるけど。で、どんな要件なんだい？
Well, it's called Policenauts. Harassment ensues. Yes, cigs and perfume, delicious combo. Nothing I like better than a camel dipped in a bit of the eau de toilette. That's how I wake up every day. Can we just smell everybody now? Okay. What's that? What's that I smell? You mean like a rat? No, I mean, like, what on earth is that stench? I guess it's the drugs. You really think it smells in here? Come on. What are you two doing here? Sniff option. Do not blame this on vermin. Can I smell your badge? Now I see why Chris wears her perfume. Is it that bad? The smell's making me sick. Maybe I'm just used to it. Come on, what are you two doing here? Alright, let's get serious. Let's talk about your tie. It's a one-touch quick tie. Young people today are more about function than form. It's made with shape memory alloy fiber. You can tie the knot simply by running a low voltage electric current through it. Man, some guys will do anything rather than just learn how to tie the dang tie. The group makes everyone wear a tie. Kinda old-fashioned if you ask me. Did they give you that? No, this is mine. But they specify the color we have to wear. At least he's better off than what's-his-face. Can we keep the chit-chat to a minimum and get down to it, officers? Don't smell the badge. Too late. Too late. I'ma look. Look at all the drugs in this place. We almost got all the hospital's drugs here. I take them over to the window whenever someone needs something. How do you manage so many? That terminal there? Not something you see every day, huh? We handle all data by computer here. We're in space, buddy. This is not impressive. I'm sorry. It's very cool. I'm glad you're happy about it. This is the same thing they had at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, isn't it? Of course. This links the Tokugawa group via network. It's called the T-Gear 99. Everyone in the group uses it. Only Tokugawa employees can log on to it. So what can I help you with? You can let me smell it. Or you can let me use it. Don't mind us. We're just gonna poke around a little. Yeah, nice try. I don't care if you are the police. If something got out, it's me who'd be on the chopping block. They didn't let us use it at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals either. What do you expect? That's our R&D, for Christ's sake. You still haven't told me why you're here. Looks like a Schedule 2 setup. Pro tip, don't smell the vitamins. Yeah. They got an incredible supply here. So what can I help you with? You will gag? That's how you know they're good. I guess we'll talk. That's a refrigerated storage closet. Unlike over-the-counter drugs, a lot of hospital drugs don't contain any preservatives. If you don't keep them in a temperature-controlled environment, they spoil pretty quick. So what do you want to see me about? More than earthy?
今日伺ったのは徳川製薬の北条健三氏に関してなんだが。
北条さん？あの人が何か？
行方不明なんだ。
そうなの。そういえばここんとこ見なかったな。
知ってるんだな。
知ってます。
He stole my eyebrow shape though? Yeah? Looks pretty good on him. What do you think? How do you feel? Do you approve? Can you tell me about Hojo's personality? What kind of person is Hojo? I couldn't tell you much about him. We only know each other through work. He's a traditional Japanese type of guy, different from Beyonds like me. It's not like him to just disappear. You might say he's a little too serious, and that turns people off. For something like this to happen... We aren't that close. We always stick to business. Perfect arches? Those are nicely sculpted. That kind of work takes time. We should compliment him on those. Maybe I can. Can I ask about your brows? Can I look? No, I can't look anymore. Okay, well. Well, any idea what might have happened to him? Not really. He's not the type to take off like that. But a number of the terrestrials who come up here end up going a little screwy, skip out. The rate of mental illness here is several times higher than the bases in Antarctica. The guy at Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals brought that up too. I'm a Beyond, so I don't get it. It's been a good while since the last time he was here. I wonder what happened to him. I don't want him to second guess them. That's true. Yeah, let's not even notice them. Not draw any attention to his brow. It's Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals' newest DDS. A capsule is distributed throughout the body, even in weightlessness. How does it work? It uses the difference in osmotic pressure between the areas of the body to control the release of a drug. Gravity doesn't play a factor at all. Hojo is bringing samples of it over. I wonder if that's what I got from Lorraine. Is that a big development? Yep. Well, something that uses osmotic pressure isn't that new, but the one in K9 is by far the most effective. May we take a look at the K9 you have here? No, Ed, let's be more forceful. Let's go with my reading. Maybe we take a look at the K9 you have here. Unfortunately, there's none left. Me? Not much to say, really. I was born and raised on Beyond. Graduated from university here, got my pharmacist license, then joined Tokugawa. Yeah, I noticed you don't have a home accent. We still don't have a separation of the medical industry on Beyond. Pharmacists like me aren't held in very high regard here. Our only options are to join either a company or a hospital pharmacy. I bet the folks on home would be surprised to hear about what goes on here. The only ones who benefit from this system are people like Tokugawa and the doctors. They pump Beyonds full of drugs they don't need, and those fools are happy to keep paying for them. The more drugs we dish out, the more the drug companies and hospitals make. Not to mention the insurance companies. That's the way the whole system is designed. Then this is what happens to guys like me. Yes, Hojo. That his wife? Well, she used to be my wife, but yeah. I haven't really accepted it yet. What's this? She does kind of resemble Hojo's wife. That's the president when he was younger. They tell you the whole story when you join the company. Have you tried checking spaceplane passenger lists? If he hasn't left Beyond, something real bad must have happened to him. It's harder for someone to stay hidden here than on home. Close to impossible, really. Maybe he really did go back to home. No one ever stays missing for long here. This is a colony. They find you sooner or later. When was the last time you saw Hojo? Let me think. It was the last K9 delivery, so that would have been the 15th. Delivery? I thought K9 wasn't on the market yet. They're only samples for data gathering.
その日の北条は
あの時は K9 を3セット持ってきて。
ちょっと待った。3セットだって。
3 sets?
徳川製薬のホワイトボードには100セットって書いてあったぞ。
そんなバカな。ただのサンプルですよ。100セットもどうするんです。患者に配るんですか、発売前の薬を。
なるほど。おかしいな。残りの97セットはどこへ。彼に変わったところは。
そういえば何か怯えていたような。いつもは冷静な人なんだけど感情的だったな。これから徳川会長に会ってくるって本人はそう言ってましたよ。
Anything else? He definitely acted different, but that's all that comes to mind. It's a worry for me too. We haven't finished the K9 study yet. The company won't talk to me, then the hospital's been on my case about it. This thing's all kinds of trouble. At least now I know why Hojo hasn't been around.
Tokugawa会長、あの貞興か。
会長は僕らには雲の上の存在だよ。面識もほとんどない。でも北条さんは違ってたな。よく会長に食事に招待されてたみたいだから。会 会長は大の日本人びいきなんだ。
相変わらずレイシストだな。
昔からあいつはそうだった。人種に偏見を持っていた。
北条さんのことを会長なら何か知ってるかもね。
貞興にはどこに行けば会える？
会長なら徳川ビルにいるよ。コロニーの支柱が徳川グループのシンボリックビルになってるんだ。通常は支柱プロップって呼ばれてる。会長はいつもそこにいるはずだよ。
そのプロップなら知ってる。ビヨンドで有数の名所だ。
エド、そこへ行ってみよう。
どうも。これで失礼するよ。
随分と長い間邪魔しちまったな。
ああ、もうこんな時間か。
時間は無駄にはならんよ。
出口はそっちだ。じゃ、刑事さん。
We got a lead. Let's get to the prop. Pick up any leads? Oh yeah, we got a good one. Thanks for your time, Doctor. We're back in the lobby. We're outside BCCH. Can you believe Chris runs this entire place? I don't envy her.
いいか、ジョナサン。北条家へ向かうぞ。
I guess we're going to Hojo's house.
どうした、ジョナサン。
気が進まない。触れてはいけないのかもしれない。
ジョナサン、もう片足を突っ込んでるんだ。引き返せない。
ああ、
避けては通れん。
分かってる。北条家、ロレインの家。
Lorraine.
ここが北条家らしい。
ここにロレインが。
娘のカレンがいるはずだ。彼女に話を聞こう。ジョナサン、娘のカレンは BBC の人気キャスターだ。カレン北条。聞いたことがあるだろう。
ロレインがそんなこと言ってたな。ニュースキャスター？もしや
彼女はロレインの生き写しだ。
ロレインの娘か。
いいな、ジョナサン。30年も経っているんだ。お前にとっては3年前のことに思えるかもしれんが、冷静に受け止めるんだぞ。
We can't see inside for the adjustable glass. With the colony shaped like a cylinder, normally both neighbors are able to see inside your house. It's one of Beyond's biggest problems. Look at all the windows they have. This place faces the central axis. It must have a nice view. You wouldn't normally have so many windows. Those columns look like they're cypress. Normally we use reinforced lumber on Beyond. Some special kind of wood? Wood that doesn't burn or rot. It's to help prevent fires. Any fire on the colony could threaten the entire place. The building's got a hint of Japanese architecture. This is just stunning. You don't see many houses this big on Beyond, especially ones with non-standard architecture. What's that? It goes beyond the columns? All residential buildings on the colony have to follow certain architectural regulations. Even if you own the land, you can't just build anything you want. Good lighting, I bet. Yeah. Yeah. I bet this place just... I bet it's just so pleasant in the morning. The morning sun coming in through all those windows. I would be out on this porch. I would never leave the porch. Look at this. Sounds like fun. So is this place breaking the law? They'll get away with it because they're with Tokugawa. They make exceptions then. I will say it's kind of a crime. They don't have any seating out here. Look at this porch. Just Nothing. Dead zone. No swing. Not even some Adirondack chairs. Just nothing. It's the front door. They got a security camera. You ready? I now realize the luxury of porch sitting. You don't get a lot of that in space. Space is not known for its front porches. I'll ring the doorbell.
BCP のものです。ちょっとお話を伺いたいのですが。
BCP ちょっと待ってください。セキュリティを解除しますから。ID をカメラに向けてください。I'll give you stars.
Hey, Ghost Milk. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? Anyone not following Ghost Milk? Highly recommended channel.
カレンさん。
ええ、カレン北条です。あなたはジョナサン・イングラム。あなた、イングラムね。
We're playing Policenauts for the first time on the Sega Saturn.
帰って。どうして私たちの
Playing in English because I'm not as good as Ghost Milk, anyone coming in.
お願いよ。
Someday I hope to be that good in Japanese.
そんな気はない。俺はただ地球でロレインに。
Went really well? Playing some Final Fantasy IX? Nice.
父親を探して。
Yeah, where are you now? I've been enjoying seeing you play that. It's been a very long time for me.
どうして父や母がどうしてなの？あなたよ、ジョナサン・イングラム。いつもあなたが原因よ。あなたが母を殺したも同然よ。付きまとうのはやめてください。父は私が探します。帰ってください。
カレンさん、あなたはジョナサンを誤解してる。
I don't think she does. I think she nailed it.
あなたは？
私は BCP の風紀家のエド・ブラウン。ジョナサン同様、君の母さんの古い友人だ。ジョナサンがロレインや君たちを苦しめるなんてとんでもない。俺はこいつと古い。
Yeah, he's a perfectly good person. He just wants to suck on a cigarette and hit on every woman that comes into his path.
知ってるわ。母さんもあなたのことをずっと思ってた。母は父にいくら言われてもあなたの写真いつも持ち歩いていたもの。父さんかわいそうだった。母さんは忘れなければならなかったのよ。そのことで父と母は喧嘩が絶えなかったわ。私はそんな二人を見て育ったのよ。幼い頃からジョナサン・イングラムを恨みながら。
知らなかった。すまない。
カレンさん、君の気持ちはよくわかる。だがジョナサンを恨むのは間違っている。こいつはつい3年前まで宇宙をさまよっていたんだ。
カレンさん、聞いてくれ。君も君の父さんも大変な事件に巻き込まれてるかもしれない。俺は君たちを助けたい。君たちの力になりたい。
カレンさん、どうか分かってくれ。
分かったわ。うるさくされると迷惑だから中に入って。
ありがたい。
さてどうしましょう、刑事さん。
へえ、内装も素晴らしい。
Alright, sorry, buddy. I didn't give you a proper greeting. I'm in the middle of a cutscene. But, yeah, welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid, Ghost Milk. Yeah, definitely. Like, again, anyone not following, new favorite channel of mine. So glad to have found you the other night. You want to play Policenauts as well? I'm loving it. I just started it today. I had, like, some unexpected class cancellations earlier today, so I got a couple hours in. So I'm probably at about like 6 hours, I want to say, of playtime, and it's real good. You made it to the third disc? Nice. Okay. I've been wanting to replay that for a long time. I haven't played it since it came out, so it's been 25 years, which is crazy to say. But yeah, just like Zidane and FF9. Is that the fly guy? Smack? Yeah. Yeah, I guess you haven't seen our protagonist yet, have you? Until now. On the left, the Mel Gibson in the Lethal Weapon duo. That's us. That's Jonathan. Mr. Mullet. Mr. I suck on cigarette all day. Is it the guy from Lethal Weapon? Basically, knowing Kojima, probably. Yeah, have you ever played Snatcher? Snatcher's another one where, like, oh, it's just... He was inspired by Blade Runner. Very inspired by Blade Runner, and he's not shy about showing it. So yeah, just... It's verging on plagiarism, right? Kojima's a true freak. You get into some of these older games and like, oh yeah, he was getting away with a lot more back then, and he was definitely using his, it's kind of amazing what he was like, what Konami was just letting him do, and the budgets he was working with, but even like going way back. Haven't played Snatcher, but seen the whole game via streams. Okay, yeah, those times you get away with way more for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Snatcher has nudity in it, and gore that was censored out in later versions. Who do these speakers belong to? They go with our home entertainment system there. Are these those new cordless speakers with biomaterials? Right, it's an infrared system with no dead areas whatsoever. They're ultra thin, and you can even hang photos or paintings over them. Yes, but Dad has never been one to do that. The 90s sure were something. Yeah, it was a time. It was the end of history. Remember how history ended? Remember when that happened? That's a makeup stand. Mom gave it to me when I turned 20. In Japanese culture, you're considered an adult when you reach 20. The mirror that used to go on top is broken, though. Now I just use it for the drawers. What's this? It's a biosphere. It serves as a model of the Celeste. Celeste stands for Closed Ecological Life Support System. You don't need to supply it with any food or oxygen. It's totally self-sufficient. Like this model, if the colony's balance were disturbed, it would become unable to support life. That's seaweed. The seaweed uses the carbon dioxide, inorganic compounds, and sunlight to carry out photosynthesis. That water is filled with a bacteria soup. The temperature is maintained at 25 degrees Celsius. The bacteria oxidize the inorganic waste, producing carbon dioxide and inorganic compounds. It's pretty neat. I want one of these. I want a globe of bacteria soup to sit on my coffee table. It's a real conversation starter. Look at the conversation it just started here. A lot of art back then does not hold up the same. Yeah, for sure. Bacteria soup is cute, ain't it? What kind of bacteria do you like in your soup? What's everyone's favorite bacteria soup? Looks like a comfortable sofa. Nice color, too. We got ads in 2 minutes. I should probably be ending the stream soon. I've said that a couple times now. I can't stop playing. It's just too good. It's one of those chaos sofas. Its firmness and texture change depending on who's sitting on it. Yeah, that sounds chaotic. It has built-in sleep sensors as well, of course. Built-in sleep sensors. Well, I'll be. Got this revolutionary new sofa tech. There's built-in sensors. It's great for sleeping on. Take a snooze. Sit back, relax, and let it adjust to your body type. It's going to give you the perfect level of comfort. The name for it? Chaos Sofa. I need to get a Saturn one of these days. Yeah, you should. I love it. It's become a favorite console of mine. And I mean, you're here. You peruse the retro shops, right? There's so much to collect for it, and it's plentiful, and a lot of it is very reasonably priced. Similar to, like, I want to say Saturn, PS1, PS2, similarly, like, just very easy consoles to collect for in Japan. Obviously, there are rare games that are expensive, but so many games can be had for just like 50 to 100 yen. It's great. Saturn games, yeah, they're still really affordable, and there's just so many good ones. So many games that because the Saturn didn't do well in other Western markets, you know, we just never saw, that are just kind of stuck here. So many hidden gems and treasures. And you, with your, you know, great Japanese ability, like, you can really play a lot of stuff. Got them speakers in every room. These speakers are positioned high like that for 3D sound, right? Yes. It's also to prevent vibrations in the inner walls. Let's look at that TV. It's a wall-mounted plasma HD TV. It's got a chaos system too. Yeah. You can set the hue to change according to how you're feeling. Like if you're laughing or crying, for instance. Chaos again. Chaos strikes again. This living room is so chaotic. I remember things heading this way in the 20th when they brought out washing machines and ovens with neural networks and fuzzy logic and so on. You're welcome to turn on the TV. I don't know, that sounds too chaotic. Real life snow globe, yeah. It depends on the day. Today I wasn't on my best, I'm afraid. I definitely have those days. For sure. Like, I'm never great, but some days I'm just like, wait, why can't I read this right now? Just brain is scrambled. I don't know. Can't make sense of it. Nothing like sitting on the chaos couch after a long day at work. Nothing calms me down like feeling chaos in my sofa cushion and watching chaos on my plasma HD TV. Let's watch. Oh, BBC? Yeah, that stands for British Broadcasting Chaos. They're always telling you some kind of chaotic thing happening in the world.
こんにちは。ニュースオーダーの時間です。
News order.
ビヨンド建設記念日を間近に控えた今日、地球へ回廊運動の決起集会が行われました。
I'm an old bacteria
集
soup.
会には約1万人以上のリーペイトリエキストラが徳川ビル前に集まり、BCP の間に衝突もありましたが、怪我人は出ておりません。
It gets really chaotic when I put my bacteria soup globe in the chaos, like on the cushion, and have it adjust to that, have the chaos adjust to the bacteria. Shit gets wild.
カレン北条がお伝えしました。
これ録画ですか？
いいえ、CG 合成です。私のデータからコンピュータが作り出した本物そっくりの映像です。
So they're just using your likeness, huh? Are these plants real? Yes, they're selectively bred to absorb large amounts of carbon dioxide. It's nice having the room full of fresh air all the time. That's an antique lamp. Twin lamps, I should say. They're connected to the sleep sensors in the sofa. Does that make them chaos lamps? They also, yes, it does. They also have chaos systems. So their lighting changes depending on who's in the room. It's getting late, so I gotta get going. I need to be doing the same, yeah. Glad I could raid one of your streams. Catch you on the next one. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Have a great rest. Hope to see you soon. I'm definitely hoping to catch your next stream. Ooh, yeah, thank you. Seems like everything's chaos. So this is our color. Yes, they give off ambient light, even during the day. Mom liked these. That's one of Mom's flower vases. She did a lot of flower arranging. Lorraine always did like flowers. This isn't a zero-gravity ceramic, is it? That's unusual for Beyond. Right, it's porcelain. Mom probably had it ordered from home. Flowers and plants reminded her of home, I'm sure. This is a nice view you have here. You don't have any screens for your windows? There are hardly any insects on Beyond, so window screens aren't that important. The only bugs you find here are ones like bees for pollinating flowers, flies for decomposing waste, and earthworms for enriching soil. Okay, well, like flies, yeah. definite annoyance. We never need to open a window either, really. Every house on Beyond comes complete with its own life support system. But is that Chaos life support? They're as self-contained as any spaceship. You never know when a leak in the colony could occur. I like opening the windows, though. There's something relaxing about it. You can see outside perfectly. That's adjustable glass for you. Feel free to take a seat if you want. I don't know, that sounds too chaotic. It's a marble table. I've never seen anything like this on Beyond before. It's an import from home. The only problem is it doesn't really go with the sofas. Yeah, again, not chaotic enough. What are those? These are medical bracelets. You having problems with your health? You could say that, yeah. What's that you got there? This? My cell phone? You news anchors are pretty busy, huh? That's not the main reason I have it, actually. Karen's wearing her cell phone on her hip. It's super cool. It's like a holster. But for a cell phone, I have one too. But for a gun, 'cause I'm a policenaut. Well, I used to be, but I'm just a cop now. Your hair looks like your mother's when we first met. Your hair is even more vibrant off camera. Keeping long hair is hard work in space. Yeah, I haven't seen many women with long hair here. It explodes under weightlessness. People say it's my most attractive feature, so the station kind of insists I keep it long. There's even an insurance policy on it. Now I've heard of everything. Karen, you seem... how should I put it? Different in person than on TV. You're just as charming, of course. They use CG to make me look better on camera. What do you mean? Think of it as digital makeup. It's to cover up my complexion. Are you sick right now? Actually, my problem is more than temporary. We have a lot to talk about with Karen. But I think we're going to do it on the next stream. This is a nice, soothing place to leave it for the night. I stayed up a lot later than I meant to. The game is that good. Even though Kojima do be bringing his bullshit. He do be doing that. Thank you everyone who came this evening. Thank you so much to... Sick White Tiger for the raid. And Ghost Milk for the raid. And thank you, Sobo, for following. It's great having you. It's great having all of you. Anyone who came by, anyone who came in with a raid, thanks so much for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. I did. I can send you all along to... Hey, we got some more Kojima action happening on Twitch. I have not had a chance to check out Fox Plays Official yet. Just followed. They came in, followed the channel 2 days ago. So let's go say hello. Playing Death Stranding 2 on the beach. I can't stay long because I don't want to spoil myself. But spoiler alert, they're delivering parcels and packages. So maybe I'll be okay for just a moment. All right, raid's ready to go. Thank y'all again for coming. We'll be back with more Policenauts rest of this week. I'm just gonna keep playing it till it's finished because I really like it. As far as stream time goes, hang out in the Discord server if you want to know. I send out messages when I'm going live. Some weeks I'm kind of all over the place, and this is, whoops, did that wrong. I need to be over here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, hang out here if you want to know when I'm going live. Because this week I'm kind of bouncing around a little bit, but some mornings Japan time, and maybe tomorrow evening at about the same time as tonight. But it's maybe. Until then, y'all be well. Take care. Enjoy Fox Plays Official, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.